Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We had a closed session. It went a couple of minutes over. So I'd like to open up the City Council Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting for June 10th, 2013 for the City of San Carlos. The first item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item number 2 is changes to the order of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, any changes?
No changes from staff this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone from the dais want to change? Anybody else want to change anything? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on. Item 3, report from closed session. Mr. Rubens?
There were no closed session items on the special meeting agenda tonight.
All right, thank you. Council communications and announcements. Council members report on subcommittees, regional boards, commissions, and committees. Ms. Clapper?
Yes, I attended the May 30th Transit Village Community Meeting that was presented by Legacy Partners. And I shared my disappointment with both Mr. Maltby and with Mark Simon from Samtrans that there wasn't anyone there as part of the presentation talking about the parking lot and the multimodal station and how that was going to work. It was very much focused on the buildings. And while that's an important portion of it, I was concerned that there was kind of an unbalanced set of information that was provided. So I'm hoping that at future presentations there will be more an additional focus on what's happening with all of that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also attended the community meeting on the Transit Village on the 30th, I believe it was. And also last week attended the HIP Housing annual luncheon. The guest speaker was none other than, who was the woman that
Rita Moreno.
Rita Moreno, yes. I should know that. I sat next to you. Anyway, HIP Housing is always an organization that's been near and dear to my heart for a long time. I was on the board for 9 years, and that woman was amazing. She raised by herself for HIP Housing about $25,000, and I can't think of an organization that deserves it more than they do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crocott?
Pull this over. Just a couple of things. One, I was in the council booth, I guess we call it, for the farmers market, and I had a lady talk to me from the Vineyard Church, and they are looking for ways to tie into the community and do more volunteer work. And I know the church that I attend, also the Central Peninsula Church, has talked about that. In fact, they did one of the projects at the Britton Acres with the reading garden and so forth, and installed that. And so it just occurs to me from that discussion I had with this lady that if there were a way that our staff could reach out to the number of churches and faith-based organizations we have in our community, I think we'd find, if we would open that door, we would find a lot of people willing to volunteer and do things where we need volunteers in the town. So I just wanted to mention that conversation I had. And number 2, speaking of volunteer organizations or service organizations, the Lions Club had their dinner last night where they installed new officers, and I won't go through all of them because when they install officers, it's about I think about 10 people. But at least give the new president of the Lions Club is Carl Miller. Curtis Wright is the first vice president. Second vice president is Mike Cafaro, and I'll end with an individual we all know, their third vice president, Tom Davids.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crocott. Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the interest of the full docket we have, I'm not going to make any comments tonight.
All right, thank you. And I have no comments tonight either on reports or subcommittees. So we'll move to item 4B. Announce 2 appointed commissioners to the Park and Recreation Commission to fill the expired seats of Raymond Morala, February 2006 to June 2013, and Ann Iverson, who served from February 2009 to April 2013. The council met earlier and interviewed 6 people for that position, and we selected for the Park and Rec Commission Sherry Selwood and Adrienne Werner. So those two folks will be serving, hopefully in the next meeting, they'll be able to be sworn in and set up for the next meeting. Item C is announced two appointed commissioners of the Transportation and Circulation Commission to fill the expired seats of Jack Baumgarten. He served from March 2007 to June 2013, and Tony Pinero, March 2007 to June 2013. The council interviewed 7 people for those positions, and we selected Suzanne Emerson and Sanford Herschel for those positions. So I guess, Mr. City Manager, those folks should contact you or contact the city clerk, or...
We will contact those folks.
Thank you. Even better. Terrific. All right, we're good. Next item on the agenda is presentations. Item 5A, presentation of proclamation to Chris Adair. So, do you have a microphone for me? You do. Chris, you want to come up? Oh, it works. Chris? This proclamation is commending Chris Adair for dedicated volunteer service as San Carlos's Education Foundation Spring Fling Director. I won't read every line here, but she has worked with the San Carlos Youth Softball, Family Connections. She's worked, as I said, with the San Carlos Ed Foundation Spring Fling for 7 years. Anybody who's ever gone to that knows that it's a monstrous task, and they've constantly made it better and bigger each year. And she directed it the past 3 years. It's a one-of-a-kind community event that leverages the resources of all the San Carlos 7 K through 8 grade schools in order to raise money to fund valuable music, art, physical education programs, as well as ensuring that classes are kept to reasonable sizes. During Chris Adair's tenure, Spring Fling was attended by over 5,600 people, parents, teachers, supporters, and the donations of approximately $2.5 million. She's become a positive and effective influence in the San Carlos community, and lending her time, wisdom, and leadership, and truly making San Carlos the city of good living. So it's my pleasure to present this proclamation from the city and all the citizens of San Carlos to Chris Adair. Absolutely.
So it's already on. Thank you so much. My husband and I moved here 7 years ago. The reason we moved here was for schools. Besides the city of good living, I like to call it the city of good people. I didn't expect to see some of you people, and I'm going to just point you out because you've been awesome supporters of Spring Fling. So Steve in the front row from Black Mountain Properties has been donating Sparky's Hot Rod Garage to us. We've been making over 10,000 each party for the last 4 years doing that, so thank you very much. My friend Dominic and Gloria just came walking in from Domenico Winery. They have been donating their space. This year we did a party with all of our administrators at each of the schools. We made over $10,000 doing a wine challenge at their place. My friend Shahab is sitting next to them from Blue White Cleaners, and also owner of Rumi, and they've been a strong supporter, giving us gift certificates to their places that help support our raffle. That's been making about 50 grand a year. This year not that much, but that was for a different reason. And Brian Perkins, there you are. Jackie Spear has been donating a trip to Washington to go through and have lunch with her. And it's been a part of our live auction now for the last 2 years, and it's been raising $6,000 each time. So this year we raised over $600,000 for our schools, and I very much appreciate this community and how much you've supported our schools. And you know what? I got to say, too, these guys, Bob, Ron, and Mark, are regular attendees of Spring Fling. They're donating the mayor for the day, and they come to the event. They have fun, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 5B, which is recognition of California green businesses in San Carlos. We have A+ Japanese Auto Repair, Blue White Cleaners, and Tools Garage. And I think our acting city clerk has all kinds of stuff for me to give out on this. So if we could have those representatives from those folks come up. start with A1, okay? We've got something from the city, we've got something from the county, and we've got something from the state senate.
And the state assembly.
And the state assembly. It's a potpourri. It's all four. So I'll just look at one. This is A1 right over here, so we'll start with this one. Japanese auto repair. Well, that's all right, guys. Come on up. Come on, everybody can stand here. Y'all get to take all the stuff. In effect, basically, these I assume are all written the same.
Yes.
Recertified, but I mean basically so I don't have to go over 9,000 whereases here. Basically, the green program that we have. How many do we have now in the green?
This is the second round. These are the first three.
First three of the second round. So this is even more green than in the first green.
Plus green also in the first round.
Right. Recertification. Okay. Well, that's good. Anyway, this is a successful thing. And how many do we have in the program in the original side? 32. So we still lead the county, I believe, by a wide margin. And our city, because of folks like you, then want to make a difference in our environment. Like I said, I could read all these whereases, but the basic thing is that every one of these folks has figured out, and they've done their homework to figure out how to run a business in a green way and still make money. So that's the key. I mean, everybody thinks, oh, green, if I go green, it'll cost me a gazillion dollars and I won't be able to make any money, and oh gosh, it just can't happen. Well, these are three people right here that definitely make it work. So A1, thank you very much. Don't go in it because you get to say something. Well, make sure we get all your stuff from all the different things. And blue-white, perfect. And last but not least, tools. So just a couple of words. Go ahead. Everybody gets the mic.
So thank you to Brian Mora, who kind of spearheaded this program. And this is our recertification. So it's been several years, and part of the program is you need to continue being green. It's not just a one and done. So we're happy to do that again. And thank you to the city for supporting us.
I also want to say thank you for bringing it back, because the first time around I was waiting for my final audit and it shut down. So glad to make it in the first round of this one. But I want to thank San Carlos. It's a wonderful city to work in, and I'm proud to be green.
Just want to say thank you.
All right, gentlemen, thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So moving on, go to item number 6, which is public comment. This is for persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda, and each speaker is limited to approximately 2 minutes. So I have 2 speaker cards. First speaker is Mike Thompson. And if there's anyone else besides the 2 speaker cards I have that would like to speak in public comment, they can certainly fill out a card and come on up. Mr. Thompson.
Hi, my name is Mike Thompson, and public speaking is not my forte, so please forgive the stammers, but I'll get right to it. Council members, thank you for letting me speak this evening. I would like to address a topic that is not on tonight's agenda, but will be in a few weeks, specifically the proposal to convert Crestview Park to synthetic turf. Regarding this proposal, it has been said by city staff and Park and Rec Commission members that the Crestview Park proposal is simply following recommendations from the Parks Master Plan as drawn up in 2008. The most specific example I'll point to is from the City Council minutes of October 2011, when the previous City Council passed a motion authorizing renovation of Crestview Park. This motion included the following quote: "The Parks and Recreation Master Plan recommends that the Crestview Sports Field be converted to synthetic turf early in 2013 at an estimated cost of $1.1 million. This recommendation seems to be the major basis for the proposed conversion. After all, it's in the plan. The plan is well thought out, and we don't want to go against the plan. However, let's examine what this well-thought-out recommendation actually consists of. In a 200-page document, it consists of 4 words. On page 84 of the action plan section of the master plan regarding the Crestview Park, it is stated, and I quote, "Athletic fields, renovate the turf field with a new drainage, or consider installing synthetic turf." That's the sum total of the recommendation, to consider installing synthetic turf. One would assume that consideration of a major change to an important community asset would include some sort of study with published results, an actual consideration of alternatives, and some type of mechanism for members of the public, particularly neighbors, greatly impacted by the proposal to provide feedback into the decision-making process. Instead, it appears to an outsider such as myself that a small number of individuals simply decided on their own that Crestview Park will be converted to synthetic turf. End of story. Now, how did this decision, or I should say lack of consideration, impact the proposals regarding Crestview Park? In a proposal by Callender Associates put together last August in their winning bid for the renovation of Crestview Park, as posted on the San Carlos City website, I quote, "You will not see significant time dedicated to an evaluation of turf alternatives. You will see time devoted to working with the city to obtain the now preferred product types at the best price. You will not see time devoted to establishing the merits of synthetic turf." Based upon this statement, I can only assume no time was devoted to consider any alternative that would provide an improved playing surface at Crestview Park for soccer players, but preserve the essential element important to families in San Carlos in any neighborhood park, a natural grass field their children can play on for a multitude of uses beyond competitive sports. And I might add, Crestview Park is designated a neighborhood park in the park's master plan.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
We need for you to wrap up. You're already about a minute and a half over.
Okay.
Because this is public comment, and believe me, I know you're going to be standing here in a month or two saying the same thing, so
Okay.
thank you.
I realize in the arena of public politics it can be very difficult to reverse direction once momentum has been established in a particular direction. However, when the momentum represents poor civic leadership that benefits the few at the expense of the many, such momentum deserves to be reversed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Thompson.
much.
Our second speaker is Lo Chong Lum. I hope I didn't butcher that too badly.
Okay, I'm kind of nervous here, so I write down my statement here. I said this is also related to master plan just mentioned by Mike. Oh, I forgot to mention my name is Lo Chong Lum. The master plan was published in 2008. On the San Carlos City website, I found two relevant reports regarding the decision-making of Crestview conversion. They have been so far ignored by everybody. Therefore, I'm bringing them to your attention. First one is a cost report published on March 10, 2009 by the Cronin Consulting LLC. The conclusion of this report is shocking to say the least. The synthetic turf was way more expensive than the natural grass. The second one is the January 25th, 2010 city meeting minutes present a revised maintenance cost for the Highland organic synthetic turf because increase in the water usage to prevent dryness of organic material used. In light of this finding, it is your fiduciary responsibility to reevaluate the outdated master plan. Especially now, we will have a better cost analysis based on the actual data from the Highland Park organic synthetic turf and the Highland and the Heller School's natural grass field. Besides, it is prudent to consider the cheaper alternative during this budget crisis. Okay, that's my statement here. Then those attachment, I hope it's passing around. Okay, I can sort of. The first one, just the statement. This is synthetic turf. Then bottom one is natural grass. So you can see that there's synthetic.
Actually,
turf.
ma'am, speak to us. Okay?
Okay.
You need to speak to us. Yeah.
Okay, synthetic turf
Ma'am,
is
again,
on
you
the
need to
top.
speak to us.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is
I
I'm not used
understand.
to here.
That's why you're here to speak
Yeah,
to us.
okay.
They can hear you.
Okay. Then the bottom one is natural grass. Then if you look at the second bar chart, it also indicates that natural grass is much cheaper than the synthetic turf. Okay, that somehow this cost study never get around. I didn't know about it until this weekend. Then the second one is the city's meeting. I also mentioned that the revised for maintenance costs for synthetic turf will be $99,000. It's only saving $42,000 from the cost of natural grass. So I think we really need to reconsider, reevaluate the master plan. That's what my bottom
Thank you for your
line.
time.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak on an item that's not on the posted agenda? Thank you. Mr. Hauer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am a relatively new resident here in San Carlos, having moved here from the great state of Washington 3 years ago and onto the residential neighborhood of Britton Avenue, up where it crosses over to Crestview. There's an infamous sign, I think, that's in my yard, asking the community to consider saving Crestview Park from turning it into a plastic and non-green field. And so I want to echo what Mr. Thompson and Lowe have brought up as a concern and what it means to San Carlos when decisions are not inclusive. And I would ask the council to please keep your minds open and your decisions open to the majority and to the citizens that are very grateful for your representation. We appreciate not just the education opportunities here, we appreciate the balance that is afforded in our community by that education, as well as the sports and recreation that is afforded us. But again, my concern is that the City Council stand up for all of the citizens, and please represent all of the citizens in this important decision and not subject yourselves or bow down to a particular special interest group that would be inconsistent with recognizing our gentlemen here tonight that we're green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hauer. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on public comment? Okay, moving on. Next item on our agenda is a consent calendar. Consent calendar items are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion on these items unless members of the council, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. Do I have a motion or removals?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of consent calendar items A through F.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar items A through F. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Number 8, reports to council. Reports to council are updates on key city projects by city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature, and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. 8A is an annual report on green programs and climate protection initiatives. Mr. Mora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll cue up the show here. Good evening, everyone. As some of the council know, and perhaps some of you don't, in 2007, the City Council asked the city staff to expand the work that we had been doing previously on environmental programs. This was in response to new state laws and regulations, as well as comments that several council members running for council heard as they walked the precincts, most specifically Brad Lewis, who is the main champion of this program. But as part of the expansion, the City Council asked that we come to you once a year and give you an update on what the city has been doing in this arena and provide a report to the council and the community. And so that's the purpose of tonight's event, just some highlights. So in the last year, first of all, we break these out into segments. In the residential area, we've seen continued increases in recycling through the CartSmart program at Rethink Waste. Residential single-family recycling has now passed the 70% mark. It's now at 72%. Businesses are at 30%, and multifamilies at 24%. We continue to have annual eShred and Goodwill events. We also have two options for compost. One is an annual event that we co-sponsor with Recology. The other is a daily compost giveaway that anyone in the 12-agency Rethink Waste area can get simply by showing their residency and going to the Shoreway Center on Shoreway Road in St. Carlos. Other key things that have happened this year are the citywide garage sale, which is sponsored these days by Tom Davids and his San Carlos Together group, and also some programs from San Carlos Green, namely a multifamily yard sale, a drug take-back event, which is the first that we've done in association with our police bureau, and what they call San Carlos Days, which is an effort between the San Carlos Green and the school district. In the business segment, we had a lot of success in the past year working with the city, the Chamber of Commerce, and PG&E. We had 11 firms cut their cost of operation by engaging in a PG&E rebate program, changing out lights and other energy-intensive features of their businesses. And these businesses saved anywhere from 8,300 to 33,000 kilowatt hours per year. Pretty amazing. We also continue to do Green Business Awards with the Chamber. Each year, the city staff and the Chamber work together to pick out outstanding achievement in energy saving and recycling. This year's winners were AU Energy, which runs the Shell station in town, Denco Plumbing, and the local McDonald's in San Carlos, who went from 50 to 67% in recycling. Pretty impressive. You heard earlier tonight, or you saw the mayor present the first 3 Green Business Awards. What's interesting about that program is from the time that it started here a couple years ago till now, the program is now statewide. The state has adopted the program, which was originally developed by the Association of Bay Area Governments. As I was mentioning earlier, we had 32 businesses that were certified in the first few years of this program. It went on hiatus for a year and a half. Now that it's back, we have 2 businesses tonight that were recognized for the first time, Blue White Cleaners and Tools Garage, and A+ Auto, which actually was certified last time and certified again. I think it's significant to note, by the way, that the businesses you saw tonight, auto repair and dry cleaners, are among the most difficult to certify. So I think it's very impressive that the first 3 businesses we had are among the most difficult of all. We continue to make progress with our mandatory commercial recycling ordinance, and that also ties into the state's AB 341 requirements, which several years from now will require cities, businesses, and residents to be at or above 75% recycling. We're pretty much there with single-family residents. We have a long way to go in the other categories. City programs, we've had some success here as well. A year ago, we started the polystyrene foodware ban in restaurants. I've had a couple of citizen calls in the year it's been up and running, but for the most part, we have almost total compliance. And the handful of restaurants that were a little delayed in starting, them are now in place as well. We are working with the county on implementing the city's reusable bag ordinance. The effective date of that is July 1, although we've actually seen several businesses actually start ahead of the required date, so we're already off and running there. In the city government, in other words, the city agency greenhouse gas inventory for 2010, which was an update from our original report in 2005, we saw a 12.5% drop in the city's carbon footprint, which is very significant because the goal adopted by the City Council for 2020 is actually a 20% drop. So we're more than halfway there already, even after only 5 years. And as it notes, we got statewide recognition from the Beacon Award program for having such a major drop already. In the Green Building Code, this past year, the City Council added additional requirements involving LEED certification and green points. And once again, in September, we had an annual creek cleanup with the help of the Public Works Department and our residents. Coming up at the city, sort of a preview of coming attractions, later this month we'll be giving away some reusable bags from the city, branded with the City of Good Living logo as part of encouraging people to make the transition in July. We also are working with CCAG and Joint Venture Silicon Valley on a greenhouse gas inventory for the entire community. We want to see where we are in that category. We're also working on a climate action plan scorecard, which will be coming to the council shortly. And finally, PG&E and CCAG and Energy Watch, which is a joint program of those 2 groups, is working with the city to talk about further energy savings at city buildings. And then another thing I wanted to introduce to you, which I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more about soon, is much as the former governor, Governor Schwarzenegger, issued an executive order back in 2007, which kicked off a lot of the work that we've done around climate change and mitigation, or taking steps to reduce climate change. The current governor, Governor Brown, recently issued his own executive order, and this is around the topic of adaptation. In other words, making changes to deal with the climate change that's already occurred. And so one of the things that you will see very soon, if you haven't already, is the state has informed us that they will be strengthening their requirements under CEQA to require that adaptation is now addressed in future environmental documents dealing with city projects that propose development. Some of the issues that this area covers are things such as problems regarding water supply in the future, fires, sea level rise, agricultural impacts, that sort of thing. This map over here on the right is actually a map of San Mateo County issued by the state recently. This area in light and dark blue shows the areas that over the next several decades will be impacted by sea level rise. As you can see in this area, most of it affects San Mateo and Foster City and Redwood Shores. However, if you jump down to Belmont and in San Carlos, you can see that there is impact certainly on the San Carlos portion of Redwood Shores, and then in the San Carlos area up to about Old County Road. So there'll be some things that we'll need to consider as well, particularly since obviously that is the core of the city's business district, and that's where almost 80% of the city's sales tax revenue comes from, not to mention some residential units out in that area. There was a workshop last week that CCAG sponsored. We had several elected officials attend, along with a lot of the city department heads and staff. I think other counties are a little bit ahead of us, but that program is going to be starting in earnest very soon. So in conclusion, as we've said in the past, because we are working with many groups at the city, county, regional, statewide level, we've been able to do this program at a very low cost. Results, as you've seen, have been very impressive to date. We have more coming. I noted that in our citizen satisfaction survey, we got about 64% of the community saying we were doing enough in this area, but over 20% thought we should be doing more. And I think, as you can see by the programs that we have done in the past year, the more the additional ones we have coming, but I think we'll be able to address both the folks who like us to see us continue on this path and those who want to see even more. We have more coming. So those are the highlights, and again, if there are any questions from the council, I'd be happy to entertain them. If not, we will continue forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions from the council? Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Moore, regarding some of the business programs and the business recycling programs specifically, two questions. One is, what happens if we miss the 75% goal?
Well, at this point, all we have from the state, again, usually they roll these things out over time, is reporting requirements under this new state law, or what they call 8241. St. Carlos has filed the first report last year, I think because we have a mandatory ordinance, and because of the many programs that we're doing, we were one of the first cities in the state to get certified. Literally, the state is coming out later this week to visit me for this year's report, but again, I think given the amount of work we're doing, we'll be okay. Longer term, the things that we're doing in cooperation with Rethink Waste are, number one, we have a pilot going on at St. Carlos, who's one of the sponsors of, to work on multifamily residential units, to see what else we can do there to bring that number up. And we're also having discussions with both Rethink Waste and Ecology about programs along the lines of our commercial ordinance to get documentation from those businesses that are not getting recycling and garbage service from Ecology. They have an option when it comes to recycling. And we need to better document the recycling they're doing, because the numbers that you see are the ones reported to Ecology. We think the actual diversion number is higher, but until we can sort of document that and prove it to the state, we don't get credit, so to speak, for it.
Are there, and if it's an extensive answer, I can talk to you about it offline, but I'm just curious if there are other sort of best practices being followed by other communities that may have perhaps seen a greater diversion on the business and multifamily front than we are seeing?
Not specifically. I think it's fair to say that most cities in California, in most areas, have where we are, maybe even lower. So it's a common challenge, and I think that's one of the advantages of working together within the SB Everyday framework, is we can all tackle this together.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, I have one speaker card. Suzanne Emerson? It went away. That sound went away. I don't know how you did that, but you did a good job. Thank you. Oop. Go ahead, Suzanne. Go ahead.
My name is Suzanne. I'm from San Carlos, representing San Carlos Springs. I'd like to thank the city for the efforts on environmental sustainability programs in the last 4 years, in the last 6 years. So, two things we look forward to most in the next year. One, we'd love to see an energy efficiency review of the city buildings, more than just changing the light fixtures, looking at the rest of the energy efficiency issues that we go forward with being addressed cost effectively with a good return on investment here in city facilities. Second, we're looking forward to the rollout of that climate action plan implementation scorecard. Our concern is that over the course of the last 4 years since the climate action plan was adopted, we're not really sure which of these things have been implemented, which things haven't been. And we look forward to seeing the city utilize a tool that makes sure that each of the departments, which should have responsibility for implementing or at least being aware of these various items that are already adopted by the city, are in fact paying attention to them as they're bringing projects forward and making sure that there's some reporting back to make sure we're staying on track on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. Okay. So can we keep going, or does everybody have to hold the mic, or hold the mic? Okay. Well, next item then. 8B, follow-up. Sewer rate study to examine options for rate structure of multifamily properties. Mr. Walter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jay Walter, Public Works Director. Just wanted to follow up with you shortly after our sewer rate hearings of May 28th. We've gone ahead and solicited a quote from Bartle Wells, Alex Handlers, who was the rate consultant that we used as we came forward in the spring. And we have gotten a quote for going ahead and beginning the study on the multifamily properties, and we'll include the hotels so that we can look at the potential for at least a partially based or partially usage-based rate structure. We'll do some examination of other cities in the county, some of the other industry standards and things like that, but I just wanted to let you know that we were going to proceed with hiring the consultant to do that. I look forward to having some results, I'm hoping in September, to be able to bring back to you and then have the study session that you wanted to have the discussion about this without the pressure of it being a rate hearing or something very close. And then we can make some decisions as we would head into the spring of next year if the council desires to make some changes in rate structure. So that's just an update on where we are with that moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Walter. Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Mr. Walter, I just want to make sure I understand. Will the scope of the study that you were just telling us about, will it also include looking at the potential for a usage-based system for all users? In other words, for single-family homes as well as multifamily homes and hotels?
At this point, I did not include that in the scope. However, if council wishes, then we'll have to essentially get a different quote because it's based on multifamily properties and hotel properties in the city right now. I think a single-family residence, including in that, may take a little bit longer, maybe a little more work, but it's not undoable.
Through the chair to council, are we allowed to give advice here, or does it need to come back separately agendized to say that we're...
Well, I'm looking at the actual agenda item. It refers to the rate structure for multifamily properties, so I'm afraid I think it's going to have to come back for a further report on that and direction.
Well, then I will just leave it as, I don't know if anybody else on the dais is interested, but I would like to have it come back in a broader format so we can talk about it more broadly.
Well, if we're going to do that, then, Mr. City Manager, I guess we have to...
Well, okay. We won't debate the merits here right now. But I would interpret a vote of the City Council to bring this item back as clarification that you'd like us to study the single family.
Can we do that,
So
Mr. City Attorney? No, he doesn't like that either. I don't see it.
You know, this is one of those things that, you know, my read of it is it's under reports to council.
Understand.
General direction. The city manager does have authority to do that in the absence because of the nature of the kind of proposal. So I think we'll leave it at that.
All right. Well, then
we don't need your vote, in other words, for the city manager to make a call and add that to the study.
Or he may want to not add it. That's the point. So I guess it has to come back, unless the city manager nods. I don't know what he's doing, but we either bring it back on the 24th.
Well, I'd like to get a sense of the council whether or not they'd like to see it come back to discuss adding that. And it doesn't have to be a formal vote. It could just be a straw poll.
Mr. City Attorney, can we do that?
Direction is okay, just the vote on that.
Okay, we're not going to vote.
item.
We're not going to vote.
Bring it back.
I personally don't have any reason to bring it back, personally. Yeah, I just want to hear a small sentence like that. Yeah.
Well, I think it's worth looking at, because if we don't do it, you know somebody's going to come back and say, why didn't you look at the residents?
Thank you. Go ahead.
My expectation from the previous meeting was that we were going to look at usage-based rates, regardless of the type of building.
Okay.
I'm a strong believer in trying something out.
Okay.
So I think we start with what Mr. Walters is talking about. And I'm sure, like he said, once you've done that, taking it a step further doesn't take that much more time or necessarily that much money. But
I have a feeling that if we, let me ask you a question then. If we start it with do it all, is it more expensive, do you think? Or if we do yours and then add on?
I believe it'll,
time and then money.
I'm not sure there's going to be an appreciable difference if we did them two separate or one together. Okay. It's the same consultant. If we want to add to the scope of work, we can do that. I don't anticipate it'd be that much more costly.
Seem to have the three people seem to want to do this. So
I think we have clear direction.
Okay. Thank
as
you.
How we're going to move forward with the study.
Thanks, Mr. Walter. All right. Next item on our agenda is 9, public hearing, consideration of a planning commission recommendation to adopt an ordinance or an ordinance amending Title 18 of the San Carlos Municipal Code pertaining to use regulations of the general commercial/industrial GCI zoning district, consideration of the Economic Development Advisory Commission, and staff recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending the San Carlos zoning map and San Carlos zoning ordinance, Title 18 of the San Carlos Municipal Code to establish a new zoning district, Landmark Commercial LC, and to amend use regulations pertaining to the general commercial/industrial GCI zoning district. Mr. Civet.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. One of the key issues at the heart of the proposed zone change before you tonight is the nexus between the city's land use and economic development policy. The issue is not just about what we want, but what we need as a city to maintain our long-term economic sustainability and prosperity. Aside from raising taxes or eliminating or reducing service levels, leveraging our land use tools and to maximize values and revenues is the most effective economic development tool that we have, especially after the loss of our redevelopment agency. The landmark sites are very unique and important in terms of their location, highway visibility, and freeway access. And for the first time in decades, really, we have an assembly of willing sellers. Tonight, you'll hear from our principal planner, Lisa Porras, who will talk about the background and recommendations, as well as from our economic development consultant, Jim Simon. We also have Mark Sawicki, our economic development manager and housing manager, here to assist with questions, and of course our city manager and legal counsel. You'll also hear from property owners, their brokers, and legal representatives. And one of the key positions you will hear from the property owners, brokers, and legal representatives is that the city should abandon its long-term policy and vision for the landmark sites. Leave the zoning as flexible as possible and let the marketplace and property owners decide what's best for the gateway to our city. The city was approached with a concept for a 45,000 square foot fitness center and 300 parking spaces at 3 of the key landmark properties. And a fitness center with a long-term lease will significantly limit and likely eliminate the possibility of a hotel, offices, or other regional draw development project. As it stands, under the current GCI zone, the city will have no discretion over how or where the fitness center is placed on the site. or the limitations it imposes on future economic development possibilities of the site. City staff has identified an inconsistency between our general plan and our new zoning code. It was a loophole that occurred during the former East Side development or East Side specific plan that was retired. And that inconsistency needs to be corrected. One specific difference in tonight's meeting is our recommendation. And typically we offer one recommendation, and tonight we are recommending that the City Council consider two recommendations, one from the Planning Commission and one from our Economic Development Advisory Commission and city staff. Essentially, there's a fundamental disagreement in how to approach this problem. The Planning Commission is recommending minor incremental changes to the general commercial and zoning designation, and this eliminates the long-standing policy to preserve our landmark sites for hotel, offices, or other regional retail uses. The Economic Development Advisory Commission recommended that a separate landmark commercial zoning district be implemented to make it very clear what the city's long-term land use policy is for the landmark sites. As the custodians of the zoning ordinance, staff believes that the proposed landmark zone offers the opportunity to work with the property owners on what happens at the landmark sites. You may hear tonight that staff has not been transparent, maybe heavy-handed in working with the property owners. And while we disagree with the recommended zoning policies, city staff has been clear in writing and verbally at meetings and in public hearings with regard to our position. We've also made changes as instructed by the Planning Commission and in listening to the concerns of the property owners with regard to uses and new development projects and the processes they will have to go through. Simply because we haven't agreed with the property owner's perspective doesn't mean that we haven't been transparent. Instead, we believe we're looking out for the greater good of the city and not just these few property owners when looking at land use policy, and not just here, but anywhere in the city. We're running out of options to fund our city services. Proactive and creative economic development tools are needed now more than ever, and the city needs to maximize the fiscal and economic value it receives from new development, especially at the city's prime gateway. Landmark zoning is the way to ensure and protect our city's economic prosperity and maintain what's long been an economic development policy. And so with those introductory comments, what I'm going to do is turn it over to Lisa Porras, and then we'll hear from our economic development consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sway.
Thank you, Al. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Let's see, I think we already went over this slide, so I'm going to start right here. I wanted to start by providing the council with an overview of the landmark sites, and I realize that a lot of folks may know about this, but I'd like to go over it for the benefit of those who don't, and just so we could all kind of orient ourselves and get on the same page as we move forward and listen to and hear the recommendations being presented tonight. The landmark sites were first identified in 1991 as part of the East San Carlos Specific Plan, and these sites were distinguished amongst all others, particularly for their location. And this slide that I'm showing right here identifies the three landmark sites as they were designated in the 1991 Specific Plan. Two sites were located at the corners of Industrial Road and Holly Street at the northeast and southeast intersections. And the third landmark site was located here at the southern end of the city. And they were specifically designated to become developed as prime destinations for a landmark hotel, office, or restaurant uses. And of course, as we know, the site at the southern end of the city has since been developed as the Circle Star office and Extended Stay America Hotel. So this is where it started. The purpose of the specific plan, if we go back to it, was to have these sites develop into the best possible land uses that would grow the economy, the tax revenue, and jobs within the city. And the plan explicitly called for regional retail, offices, research and development, and high-quality, high-value hotels. The goal essentially was to generate an increase in the fiscal benefits to the city of San Carlos. To carry out this strategy or this purpose or vision, several regulations were put into place within the specific plan and adopted as part of it. For landmark sites, uses were required to be at least 25,000 square feet, if not more. Uses were to serve the region at large and be a premier destination with high visibility from the highway. The plan also considered heights greater than 50 feet for these locations, and the aim was targeted at these preferred uses. Anything else was to be considered on an interim basis and operated within the existing buildings. And these provisions here at the bottom of this slide in green have been purposely highlighted because they're essentially the centerpiece of both the EDAC and city staff recommended amendments. And we'll return to these later. So this site here, I'm sure we're all familiar with, just allows us to take a little bit of a closer look at what is defined as Landmark Site A within the staff report and attachments. So Landmark Site A consists of 5 parcels that total just over 6.5 acres. The addresses include 501, 551, 595 Industrial Road, and 810 and 850 East San Carlos Avenue. So these are the 5 sites, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sites that make up this site. And the existing uses out there, and I hope I get this right, so I apologize to any of the business merchants who I might get their names wrong. Bayshore Supply and Lights, Pays Place Sports Training Facility, Above All Roofing Services, and Premier All-Star Cheerleading Program. The next landmark site at the northeast corner is noted as Landmark Site B in the staff report and attachment, and it consists of 2 parcels at 405 and 445 Industrial Road. One of the parcels is already developed, as we know, as the In-N-Out Burger, and the other larger site, which is just over 2.5 acres, is currently a self-storage facility. The direction contained in the 1991 specific plan for landmark sites was carried forth into other policy documents, notably the city's economic development plan, which was adopted in 2007 and then updated more recently in 2010. In 2007, the City Council selected 5 top priorities within the Economic Development Plan, one of which was to develop a landmark hotel at the landmark site. And in 2010, when this plan was updated, it reaffirmed that priority, which called to continue to support the development of a landmark, to attract a hotel at the landmark sites. And as we know, the city currently updated, or recently updated its general plan in 2009. And so currently the city's policy, as a policy guiding document, it states on page 23 of the general plan, it calls out the landmark sites specifically as the major entryways into the city, and also states that one of the key issues for the sites, for this site is actually that it be redeveloped. What we have for direction and guidance concerning these sites is set forth in several goals and policies in the general plan. And in particular, the city's goal is to support uses that contribute to a strong local economy and the fiscal well-being of the city. And to accomplish this, the plan directs the city to implement the economic development plan, which we just went over, which refers to developing the landmark site with a high visibility and regional-oriented use, such as a hotel. The plan also encourages high-quality uses along Highway 101 in Policy LU 5.9, and overall supports redeveloping and renewing land uses that are less intensive with those that have higher intensity uses. Here in Policy LU 6.4, the general plan supports new development at the landmark sites, which are defined in the general plan as sites that should have uses with high visibility and that draw from a regional market. That's a little bit hidden in the general plan, but it is found within the appendix as provided in your attachments. The general plan also sets forth guidance for how the landmark sites should be redeveloped in appearance and calls out policy consistency for exceptional design features. So these goals and policies embody the idea that these sites should be redeveloped with regional-oriented uses that have extraordinary site design and architectural features. However, the general plan does not specify in any detailed way instructions for how this is to be accomplished. And so where this level of specificity should be provided is within the city's zoning ordinance, which is a precise guide for the physical development of the city of San Carlos. So to put this into a little bit of perspective, we wanted to provide a slide that shows the overall timeline of regulations that had been in place since 1991, beginning with the East San Carlos specific plan. We know that this plan was officially retired when the general plan was adopted in 2009, as we've just covered. Concepts for what should occur at the landmark sites were addressed, but not in the level of detail that was contained within the specific plan. The detailed regulations were to have been included in the zoning ordinance, which was updated and adopted in 2011. However, the specific regulations were not included, and that is what is creating the inconsistency between the goals and policies of the general plan and the regulations found within the zoning ordinance. And without the appropriate regulatory mechanisms, the goals for the landmark sites cannot be fulfilled. This inconsistency was discovered earlier this year, as the council was aware of when it adopted the urgency ordinance. So what is missing from the zoning ordinance are the regulations requiring that uses other than the preferred uses, which essentially makes up the vision for the landmark sites, that they be allowed on an interim basis and that they operate in existing buildings. And so what we're trying to do is essentially recapture regulations from the 1991 specific plan and insert them back into the zoning ordinance. So after the urgency ordinance went into place for 45 days, staff had been reviewing possible solutions to address this inconsistency. We've met with property owners. We've presented recommendations to the Economic Development Advisory Commission and the Planning Commission. And so what staff is recommending, again, is to simply recapture these regulations. Now, as far as our outreach is considered, we know that we've met with, our recommendation was reviewed by the EDAC, who essentially supported staff's recommendation to recapture these regulations. But the EDAC believed that it was beneficial for the landmark sites to actually have their own unique zoning designation to make it clear to the owners, to the merchants, and to the business community about the rules and regulations that would apply to these landmark sites. Staff also met with the property owners of the landmark sites on May 6th and May 14th. We met with the property owners both individually and as a group. And it's quite clear that the owners have stated, since the first time staff met with them, that they do not support any additional regulations for their properties. And staff has received feedback from the property owners in person, in written, and in public testimony at the Planning Commission public hearings. When staff presented its recommendation to the Planning Commission on May 6th, the Commission elected to continue the item by directing staff to return with modifications to our original proposal. And what our original proposal consisted of was requiring use permits for every use listed in the landmark commercial land use table. And the Planning Commission wanted staff to reevaluate that and determine if there were any uses that could be permitted by right, and further requested staff to consider some uses having a less level of discretionary review with respect to use permits. Right now, you can have use permits that are considered by the Planning Commission. We also have what is called a minor use permit that's considered by the zoning administrator. The minor use permit takes less time, and it can be scheduled whenever everyone is available, as opposed to just twice a month with the Planning Commission, and costs less. The Planning Commission also directed staff to consider removing the Circle Star landmark site. This was part of our original recommendation, is to maintain the 3 landmark sites. And after presenting this to the Planning Commission, they asked staff to consider removing landmark site C, the Circle Star site, simply because a majority of those parcels had already been redeveloped consistent with the vision. So staff returned to the Planning Commission with all of these areas addressed. However, the Commission elected not to support staff's recommendation. However, they did agree with staff to approve some minor amendments to the general commercial and industrial zoning district. Throughout the process, the shared opposition that we were hearing from the property owners had to do with concerns that they would not be able to, for example, tear down their building, rebuild something new, expand existing structures, do additions, etc. There were also concerns that any type of limitations on leases would drive tenants away. So in essence, what the properties really wanted staff to do is let go of the vision for the landmark sites and instead let the market decide what gets built on these properties. The Planning Commission hearings, during these hearings, staff heard concerns regarding the overall responsibility for developing the landmark sites, that the responsibility should be on city staff and not on the property owners. And there was also little support for waiting for the vision to be fulfilled. We heard many comments asking how long, would the city really wait for a regional and destination-oriented use to come to fruition on these particular sites. So in consideration of the concerns we heard, staff decided to do a little bit of analysis and dig a little bit deeper into some of the regulations that were there previously versus what we were proposing. And what we did is we evaluated land use changes that were in place prior to the zoning ordinance update and compared those to staff proposal. And the reason we did that is simply because the general commercial zoning and industrial land use designations have been in place only for about a year and 5 months, just 17 months. So we really wanted to take a look at what had been in place for quite some time. And what we found was that more than 50% of the uses had the same land use regulations, or in fact became a little bit less restrictive. There were some uses that would now be prohibited or be more restrictive with the requirement of a use permit, but more than half stayed the same or became less restrictive. There were also concerns regarding placing limitations on permitted uses that we had, that staff had come back with at the direction of the Planning Commission. So staff took a look at our existing zoning ordinance to kind of do a comparative analysis on what other permitted uses there are in the zoning ordinance that have current limitations on them. And we do that, and it's clearly, it's not clearly, but certainly it is an acceptable form of a land use regulation, is to put limitations on permitted uses. We do that by not allowing some uses on the ground floor, for example, or not allowing certain uses on certain streets, or regulating or prohibiting certain uses that are over a certain size. So there is precedent for doing that, and is currently stated and reflected in our existing zoning ordinance. And with respect to waiting for the vision to be fulfilled, staff contacted other jurisdictions where large-scale projects had been built or were in the process of being built, and this information is included in your attachments. But we found that, for example, the crossings in San Bruno took 15 years. The Four Seasons in East Palo Alto took up to 17 years. And Pacific Gateway in Daly City took over 30 years. And of course, here locally, we have the example of the Transit Village, which had been in concept for the past 15 years. So what we found, and what's typical, is it's not uncommon for projects to take some time to really get off the ground and be fulfilled. That's why we call it long-range planning. We look ahead for the next 10 to 20 years, which is what our general plan does. So if we're going to preserve the landmark sites, the most appropriate place to set forth regulations to ensure that these sites are developed consistent with the vision is within the city's zoning ordinance, which would need to be amended, as mentioned previously. The state of California, of course, gives cities the maximum degree of control over its local zoning matters. And cities do have the authority to guide physical development on every piece of property within its jurisdiction. Regulations can address how the buildings are used, including physical aspects concerning size, location, stories, and height. And right now, the city has policy direction in one hand coming from the general plan, but does not have the implementing regulations on the other hand, which would need to be set forth in the zoning ordinance. And we know that zoning ordinances are required to be consistent with the general plan. So for all these reasons mentioned, staff is recommending amending the zoning ordinance to correct the inconsistency. So before I get into the amendments and the recommendations, I'd like to turn it over to Jim Simon, who is with RSG, who is the city's economic consultant, to go over some fiscal considerations.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jim Simon. I'm a principal with RSG, the city's economic development consultant. As was mentioned by Mr. Savay, cities use land use policy to address the long-term operation of a city and not only control land use and what is done where, but one of the considerations is how is it best to operate this city so that there's a way to support the level of services. Otherwise, you could have the entire city built out with nothing but residential units and have no way to provide those services. As we've shown here in this graph, which was included in your packet, what we've done is given you a snapshot of what the average amount of revenue per household that is available to cities on the peninsula in the area, showing that San Carlos is below the average of other cities in the area. We've also looked at this and further out in other jurisdictions. As you can see there, the average revenue per household is about $2,300 available to provide services, and any city has that much money to provide services no matter what its level of services are. So certainly a city could be credited for having an efficient operation, but when you start to then drill down into, well, where does this revenue come from? How do we compare to other cities? Are we appropriately diversified to withstand different economic challenges? That's where I think where you begin to see the issues that San Carlos is facing. In particular, the city has a somewhat lower representation of sales tax revenues as compared to other jurisdictions, as well as, in particular, transient occupancy tax or hotel tax revenues, which are on average $66 of TOT revenue is available to service an entire household in the city. And why that's a problem is that as the city's revenues grow, and this city is particularly dependent on just residential property taxes, as that real estate market has its own ebbs and flows, a lack of diversity in those revenues can create serious fiscal challenges, like the city itself has witnessed. In addition, because service costs tend to grow at a faster rate than revenues, cities need to find ways to continue to see reinvestment in the community. And you really have typically just a few options in most cities, and that is to grow, build undeveloped areas outside your city limits or inside your city limits and get those areas developed. Well, that's not an option here or anywhere else in the immediate area. Raise tax rates. You can go to your voters and ask them if they'd like to raise tax rates to enhance or maintain the level of services that they have.
Mr. Simon, how long is your presentation going to go?
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Not too long. And the third would be to look at how cities use land use and maximize the value for that property, not only for the benefit of the property owners in the area, but for the city as a whole. As I mentioned, San Carlos has an average of $66 per household. That's about a quarter of the next nearest jurisdiction in the area in terms of the amount of transient occupancy tax. Hotel revenue is particularly small in the city relative to other jurisdictions. In the greater area, there's about 4,300 hotel rooms. San Carlos only has 380. Adjacent cities have significantly more rooms and obviously by extension hotel revenues, including adjacent and nearby jurisdictions. Hotels are a big focus for cities because they generate anywhere between 10 and 12% taxable revenue from the operation that goes to city coffers. By comparison, city receives far less in property taxes or sales taxes. Sales tax, it's about 1% of that revenue. So the cities get a disproportionately high amount of revenues. It was mentioned earlier, the Four Seasons in East Palo Alto. The city of Palo Alto has a number of hotel initiatives that it's currently pursuing right now. And it's not only a situation where cities are historically active on these things, but the timing is right because the market has improved significantly. In fact, both here and in the San Mateo, Palo Alto submarket, occupancy rates are at the highest levels they've been at in 10 years. And we've seen significant projections, as it's indicated by PKF Consulting, who's an international consulting firm that does forecasting for hotel development, that there's significant demand for additional rooms. And at present, PKF is only indicating one 120-room hotel that's even in the planning stages in this large trade area. So you've got an area which has very high occupancy rates at 76%, with growth projected in that area. We certainly have heard that there have been efforts to do hotels in the past, most recently in 2008 and 2009. And of course, that's when the bottom of the hotel market fell out, just like a lot of other real estate investments. And so folks weren't able to pull projects together. At the same time, the city was still using its redevelopment agency in the hope to try to create an opportunity to develop hotels within the jurisdiction. And now the market has come back finally, and unfortunately now we no longer have a redevelopment agency to make this available. So there is obviously a need to have sites that are appealing to hotel operators. Right now, what hotel operators are looking for is a site that has visibility to the freeway. That's because the national credit or the national flag chains such as Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, and the like all want to have presence where they can have their buildings seen from in this case, the 101. And you've seen examples of that with your two most prominent hotels in the city. And hotel on this particular property has also been discussed in the past. We have an example here of a proposal that was advanced forward in 2011, which actually included developing the entire Landmark A site, although you only need about 3 to 3.5 acres to develop a single hotel on this property. The current proposal, which Mr. Survey alluded to earlier, was to take that site and develop just a 45,000 square foot fitness center, as it's shown here in this graphics site plan. So hotels developers are looking for sites, and one of the challenges you have in anything like the Landmark area where you've got small properties that are under mixed ownership and you no longer have a redevelopment agency to help facilitate the assembly of those properties that could afford the tools that it had under redevelopment law back 2 years ago and prior to that, is that it's very difficult to get willing owners to all come together at the same time and make a project happen. So what you're witnessing here with a Landmark property isn't anything that you haven't seen in other parts of California and the United States. It's a very typical common situation where property owners can, when there's 4 or 5 of them, which was what you have here, it's difficult to get projects to come together. And so when a hotel operator or a developer comes to the city and says, I'd like to develop a property, where are my sites that I can build? It really doesn't matter if you've got highway visibility, because if you don't have a site, you're never going to get it together. So this is the first time in many years that we have both willing owners and a market that is available to make the project happen. And just as for illustrative purposes, we've put up here two graphics that identify sort of why the city would look at something like this. Obviously, looking at the fiscal benefit, the red represents if the project, the fitness center was developed, the amount of funds that the city would see on an annual basis. In terms of property tax revenues, that's pretty much exclusively the types of revenues that you would see off of a fitness center, as compared to obviously the TOT revenues from a typical 135-room hotel that would could be developed on this property. There was the other graphic that identified another hotel option, which is in the yellow. So you could see $10 to $18 million of revenue for the city just from this one location alone. Job benefits are also similarly significant, particularly when you look at office uses coming into the area. So it's important, although I've talked a lot about hotel, that the idea for the landmark site was just to look at revenue-generating uses as well as uses that have significant regional draw, like a Class A office, which obviously the city's lacking currently as well. So just to sum up my comments before I turn it back over to Lisa, ultimately this is a decision that comes down to what's the best use for this property, and ultimately what's the best way to align the city's visions so there's clarity. So when hotel developers who have approached the staff and are looking for sites, we have that answer for them, and we can help them move things along. And so with that, I will wrap up my comments and turn it back over to Lisa.
Okay. So what we have before, what staff is recommending to the City Council at this time is to consider two different recommendations, as Al first outlined at the beginning of this presentation. The first one, as noted in your staff report, is a Planning Commission recommendation. And the Planning Commission's recommendation are really just two parts to it. The first includes making amendments to the General Commercial Industrial Zoning District regarding some clarity on uses, restricting some uses under certain situations. There's very few amendments. That's all provided in your packet, and we can answer any questions you have on that. And the second part is to make a minor amendment to the definition of indoor warehousing and storage. And this has to do with making some clarifications with respect to personal storage within that context. The EDAC and staff recommendation, on the other hand, is to establish a new zoning district, landmark commercial, and regulate uses within that district, as well as make amendments to the general commercial industrial. In fact, staff's recommendations to general commercial industrial are indeed the same recommendations as the Planning Commission. So essentially, the Planning Commission only took partially, the minor portion of what staff was recommending. Staff's recommendation would also require the addition of 2 new use permit findings in order to establish regulations if something was a regional and destination-oriented use versus something that would be an interim use and require limitations on those. We would set forth new terms and definitions for what it means to be a landmark site. We would gain a little bit more clarity on that rather than having it just stuck back in the appendix of the general plan. We'd actually have a definition in the zoning ordinance. And then the fifth being an actual amendment to the zoning map, which would specify the landmark commercial designation. And so for the benefit of the council, staff has 2 motions up here on the slides, and we can flip back and forth to these with your direction. The first one is the Planning Commission recommendation. And again, this would be to introduce an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance. And then this slide here, number 2, recommendation number 2, consists of EDAC and staff's recommendation. So I'll just leave it right here and we can go back to them as you wish. So this concludes staff's presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff? Mr. Grocott.
there. I wanted to find out, when I was reading through the staff report and the history of all this, there were some terms that I didn't find any definition for. The first one is used in many of the documents. It's used in the 1991 East Side Plan, the revised East Side Plan that wasn't adopted. It was used in the Economic Development Plan, and then used again in the General Plan. And that term is shall encourage. If you need, I can give you an example of how that's used, but it is used many, many times in all of those documents. Do we have a definition for shall encourage?
Well, I think in the absence of a specific definition, Councilmember Grocott, the common meaning for that term would apply. The use of the term shall connotates a mandatory element to it. So mandatory to encourage whatever follows in that sentence that you're referring to.
So it's mandatory to encourage something, but it's not mandatory to necessarily require it, is it?
I think that's a fair assumption.
Through the mayor, if I may add, I actually had a similar discussion along these lines earlier today with a council member. And one of the ways I think you can look at the encourage council member is that historically for the last 18, 20 years, there were land use regulations placed on this site, certain limitations, different categories, permitted uses, conditional uses, uses that weren't allowed, so that we were acknowledging that there was regulation or more significant regulation on the landmark site. The council didn't go so far over the years as not permitting any uses other than, there still were permitted uses. So in other words, the council over the years chose to regulate the site in an attempt to encourage this change, but weren't going to go so far as to basically restrict land use to force the change to happen as quickly as possible. That's kind of my historical take on the shall encourage.
Okay. Another definition that I think would be helpful is mentioned a number of times, again, in the East Side. I think it was mostly in the East Side Plan. It wasn't, I can't remember if it was mentioned in the Economic Plan, but it was in the General Plan because the same language was carried over, is the term preferred land uses.
Through the mayor, I think that's similar to encourage. Preferred is something that you would like to have.
Would like to happen, but again, not requiring to happen.
That's correct.
No, it's not on. Yes, you will.
That's not pushing. And I would just add that the preferred uses in the context of the East San Carlos specific plan, as I'm reading through it, they really embody the idea of this regional destination-oriented type use. That could be a hotel, it could be office and restaurant, all combined together, which embodies the preference for destination or premier destination-oriented uses. Those were pretty much embody the idea behind what was preferred within the context of that plan.
So what you're saying, and I noticed that also, is that another word that was used is preferred land use. These are examples. And so the word example was used.
Yes.
So that to me says it's not exclusive to this list, but we're just giving examples of things that we can think of right now that are regional retail or regional market draw.
And that's what staff is recommending at this time. There was some more specificity, as we saw in the economic development plan, which called for looking at a hotel in particular. But that certainly from the beginning of this idea of what was a preferred use in the East San Carlos specific plan, it called out office in addition to hotel. And that's what's designated on the land use diagram.
Then I had the question of, it talks about the economic development plan that is to be updated annually. I only see the last reference to the economic development plan as being in 2010. That's what it says in the staff report. In 2010, council adopted an updated plan. So what I'm wondering is, where's the 11, 12, and 13 plans?
Mark Sawicki, Economic Development Manager. The 2007 plan actually had a 3-year horizon in it. We did come back to council every year for an update, not redoing the entire plan because it had a 3-year window. After that 3-year window, we did come back with a whole new plan in 2010 that also had goals that lasted over a 3-year period, and we will be coming back again to council probably in the fall with updates, and we're going to be working with the EDAC and the council on brainstorming for the new economic development.
And so the last, as it says in the staff report, the 3-year strategy was to, council adopted an update of the economic development plan and reaffirmed as a priority, this is inside a 3-year window, started in 2010, support the effort to attract a hotel to the landmark site.
That's correct.
Okay, and then, so that's stated. Can you tell me what staff has done in that 3-year window to support the effort to attract a hotel to the landmark site?
We've met with developers that come to town looking. There hasn't been a lot of interest in that time period because of the Great Recession. Things have picked up in the last year significantly. There has not been, as we've stated, there has been difficulty getting the property owners aligned towards that vision. You have multiple property owners with different goals. So that's been part of the difficulty to date in the time that I've been here. Again, we were very close several years ago in terms of having all the parties at the table. The difference was economics. It's always economics when you're trying to assemble sites. So it's a matter of what the property owners are looking for their land, or whether they have a different vision for their property. Several of those property owners have businesses that are operating on those sites. If we were to do a development, they would have to move somewhere else. That's a very difficult proposition to do. So not until this time has there been this much activity on those properties to actually make a go at something, and for the market to be in a position that could support a hotel or major office development.
So you said that staff has met with a number of developers in the 3-year period to attract the possibility of a hotel development.
Office and hotel.
So office also included? Correct. How about the other thing I see in the general plan is mention of regional retail market as that I read as an alternative, not as an appendage to a hotel site. But the way I read that is, if we could get a developer to come in and build an attractive marketplace type development, we would also go for that. Has there been any meetings or reaching out to developers on that?
There's a lot less interest in the market for building new retail centers. Building new retail is probably one of the most difficult land uses right now because retail is shrinking. A lot of sales going to the internet. You don't find developers building big pads. In fact, they're carving up existing pads. You're seeing bigger boxes turning into smaller boxes. So that's actually a more difficult thing to pull off. I think the idea was to actually have multiple uses on this site, especially a site as big as this, that would complement each other. So you'd get the benefit, all the fiscal and economic benefits from multiple uses, gateway uses.
Couple more questions, if I might. Can you tell me what exactly is missing from the general plan that was present in the East Side specific plan?
The area in the East San Carlos specific plan, or that's missing, I guess, if you will, which is caused this to be a concern for city staff given the general plan guidance for landmark sites, was the implementation section of the East San Carlos specific plan, which called out how uses other than the preferred uses were to be regulated. And within the East San Carlos specific plan, it said that any uses other than the preferred uses would be considered on an interim basis and would need to operate within existing buildings.
And so that's the language that's missing from the general plan.
Correct. Well, it's missing from the zoning ordinance. We don't really need, I mean, it would be very, very clear, certainly, if it was indicated in the general plan, but because the general plan is a policy guiding document, whereas the zoning ordinance is basically your cookbook on exactly how projects need to be built and what uses are allowed. It provides all the specificity. So it's really missing, it was really missing from the 2011 update.
From what?
From the 2011 zoning ordinance update.
And then, I guess maybe I would adjust my question then, because I was going to ask what the staff report said was only the general intent for landmark sites carried over into the general plan, as though that were the problem, that the implementation didn't carry over. But I'm curious how many people, how many sets of eyes were on the general plan as it went through its approval process. And I guess I'll ask also the 2011 zoning update. How many folks looked at that?
I think I can answer that question, Mr. Mayor. On the general plan, you had a 14-member general plan advisory committee that looked at, that essentially crafted the draft document for review by the Planning Commission and the City Council. It also was looked at by EDAC along the way, and we had technical advisory committees. And
how many is EDAC?
EDAC is, at the time, I think there were 9 on EDAC.
Mr. Grocott, is there a reason you need to add this number up? Or
Yeah, there is.
I think that, again, and then there was staff, there were consultants, city staff. I'd say all the city staff in City Hall looked at it in terms of the department heads, all the departments, every department head, fire, police looked at it, Public Works.
Okay. And then us.
Externally, the community reviewed it as well. So I would add that there were several community meetings. There were dozens. In fact, we had 70 meetings as part of the general plan update process. And there were community members at many of those meetings. So there was a good deal of community input as well.
I get the idea.
And you asked about the zoning also, Mr. Council member.
Yes, I did.
The zoning update went through a similar review process. We had, although we didn't have a GPAC committee for this, we did have a technical advisory committee made up of architects and contractors. Developer, I believe, was involved. We had consultants, city staff. Again, very similar process. We had public hearings. We went through EDAC. We went to the Planning Commission and to the City Council.
Okay. All right. And then I have a question I don't think staff can answer necessarily, but perhaps I know the property owners will talk to us. And I'm just curious when the various property owners bought their property. I know there's one particular site that's been under the same ownership for a long time, all the way through this process from the very beginning. But I think there's some others that the properties may have changed hands somewhere during the timeline that you gave in your presentation tonight. So maybe they could weigh in on that. Thank you.
Questions? Ms. Clapper?
No questions at this time. I'll reserve
Mr.
them for
Collins?
later.
None at this time.
Mr. Olbert?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just, I think, 3 questions here. First one has to do with, we'll see if staff can find this faster than Mr. Maltby and I were able to find it this afternoon. In section 1806-020 land use regulations, there's a table for commercial districts, and it has columns in it for NR, GCI, and a new one, of course, for landmark commercial.
Page?
It's page 29. But the page numbers are not consecutive throughout the thing. Question I have is there's an item, it says colleges and trade schools, public or private, and if I'm reading this correctly, it says it's not allowed in landmark commercial. And I'm curious as to what the thinking is behind that proposal.
The idea is that they generate very little revenue for cities. If it's a publicly funded institution, typically it's a nonprofit organization. Many private institutions can also be nonprofit institutions. So it's really about funding and also about what it brings back to the community.
Okay, thank you. My second question has to do with the draft minutes from the April 23rd EDEC meeting, Economic Development Advisory Commission meeting. And I basically just want to make sure I understand the flow of the motions apparently at the end of the meeting, because the first motion that was made failed. The second motion passed. And I just would like staff to walk me through what the differences were between the 2 motions.
If you follow the comments just after the first motion, I think the commissioners were asking each other, well, if they could come to a consensus, what were the reasons why the commissioners who did not vote for the first motion, what was their concern? Commissioner Seiling was concerned with spot zoning. Commissioner Farkas had additional concerns about it not being business friendly, I'm reading this in front of you now. My understanding is they had a further discussion about it, and the commissioners who changed their vote felt comfortable with the new motion that was presented.
I think you may have just answered my question, which I apologize for not making clearer. So did the motion that was voted on change substantively between the first and second votes? It almost sounds like it failed. There was discussion. It got teed up again, and based on the discussion, it passed.
Correct.
Fine. That was the part that was not clear to me. Thank you. Last question. I just want to make sure, since I was not on the council when the general plan was adopted, I've had quite a bit of experience in my private sector career doing planning, both on an annual basis and on a long-range basis, multi-year, decadal type projections for companies. When we generated plans, and there were documents associated with those, the point of generating the plans was that we were trying to make those things happen, the things that were embodied in the plan. Not necessarily in terms of absolute specifics, but in terms of that was the direction, that was what we were trying to achieve, and sort of we were, in fact, in many cases, evaluated on whether or not we made it happen, made the general thrust happen. Is that also true for a general plan, at least in part for a community?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of quick questions.
Excuse me, through the chair. I'd like to correct my last statement?
Sure, go ahead.
I believe what did happen there was this was where the idea of creating the landmark site district actually came to staff. Staff was actually proposing to amend the GCI with a number of footnotes with regards to those particular properties that were formerly in the landmark site. And it was actually Commissioner Tabachek who said that they would prefer to actually create a separate district. It would be clearer to the property owners, the community, to staff, everyone involved, that we're talking about these specific sites. And that was what the rest of the commissioners agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Zwicky. That actually makes a lot more sense, and I will say that I think the commissioners were correct. It's a lot clearer to me anyway. So, thank you.
Mr. Survey, just a couple of quick questions. Assuming that when we did the general plan that this wasn't, and the ordinance, the zoning ordinance, I guess, is more than the general plan, wasn't left out, we wouldn't be having this discussion, would we?
Well, it's a lot more clear in the policy for the general plan. So I think the general plan is very clear on the policy. Where it got lost is in the zoning, in the crafting of the zoning ordinance.
If we'd crafted the zoning ordinance in conjunction with the general plan and what it had been for 18 years, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Generally, yes. However, on the other hand, there was a desire to make the land use and the zoning more flexible to the marketplace. Mm-hmm. So that was also a clear dialogue that the community had during the process.
Okay.
So, yes.
Okay.
There was this one issue of the fitness center, for instance, was lost in that conversion from the general plan to the zoning.
Okay. Let's assume that next year Mr. Jones owns the area, the fitness center, or that area, and comes in and says, I want to put a fitness center. Let's assume the council votes on the second recommendation here that staff wants. And next year there's a new council, new people. And Mr. Jones comes in and says, I own this property over here and I would put a fitness center in. Comes to staff and you say, it's not allowed. Or is it allowed? Or does it go through the process of planning commission and city council again?
Yeah, it would actually be the planning commission that would consider, under the regulations that are proposed by staff,
okay,
it would be a CUP. So we're not saying it's not permitted.
That's what I'm
We're
trying to get
saying
at.
it has to go through the conditional use permit process.
Okay, so in theory, it could be approved or disapproved by the planning commission, appealed up to the city council, and the city council, even the same city council, could say, yeah, it's okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
You want to clarify, Ms. Porras?
What the director said is correct, but I just wanted to note for the council that for a fitness gym, it's actually categorized under commercial, recreation, and entertainment land use classification. And within that land use classification, we have large scale and we have small scale. Small scale would be for a gym that's 5,000
This is the
square.
same, I'm looking at the same proposal that's presented now, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So 5,000 would be permitted within an existing building, but anything larger.
Don't confuse me with numbers, okay?
Okay.
I'm asking if this proposal that these folks want to do would come before us.
Correct.
It
Yes,
would
the
come.
one that
It
you
could come
saw.
before us. We could vote for it, no matter what we vote for tonight. Thank you. That's all I wanted. Just don't give me 5 and 10. I'm looking at what I'm looking at here, okay? So.
We're a numbers guy.
Yeah. No, some days. All right. Any other questions of staff? There will certainly be opportunity to question staff afterwards. I mean, we're not eliminating that. Go ahead, Ms. Collins.
I would like one clarification of staff. It appears from the correspondence that I've read that the landowners are not in favor of either recommendation. Do I interpret that correctly?
I would say that that's a fair interpretation, yes. I would say that the preference that I think we've heard through discussions at the planning commission level and directly with staff are just leave the GCI the way it is. Don't touch it.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and I have a number of speaker cards. What I'd like to do is call a couple of names, and if folks could just queue up, that would be great. The first speaker I have is John Blake, followed by Steve Mitchell. And if we could keep our comments to between 2 and 3 minutes, that would be great. I'm not going to be absolute about this, but it would be terrific if you could be concise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening. I'm John Blake. I'm here to speak on behalf of Black Mountain Properties. And Black Mountain urges the council to reject the zoning amendments the staff recommends that involve creation of a new LC zone in favor of those your Planning Commission recommends, which with minor adjustments leave the CGI zoning scheme intact, and in the words of the zoning code, and I quote, offers maximum flexibility to allow the market to determine the mixture of non-residential uses. The vision driving the staff's proposed zoning amendments has existed for 22 years, but staff does not even claim, let alone try to demonstrate, that any policies like those they now recommend had anything to do with the 2 hotel facilities that were built during that time. The Homestead Suites that are adjacent to the Circle Star office complex in the late 90s, and more recently the Fairfield Inn. The letter in attachment 12 to the package from RSG that we heard from earlier mentions subsidies to help finance the acquisition of what would be LC sites. And subsidies the city apparently gave to the Fairfield Inn and Burger King and Izzy's in the form, I gather from the letter, of sharing TOT revenue. That those facilities themselves were expected to generate. Now, whether a subsidy like that makes sense is perhaps debatable, but the burden in terms of the foregone revenue at least is spread across the city's entire business and residential community, which benefit from the presence of those facilities. Subsidies, I think we'd all have to agree, are not necessarily decisive. The hotels that we have, the 2 that were implemented during the last 20-some years, are here not because of subsidies. They're here because of market forces. Without a market for those facilities, they would not exist. We also know something else. We know that the market has produced no other hotels since 1991, with or without the influence of city government and the land use strictures that, according to the timeline, have come and gone during that period. If a market will produce another hotel, well then, hallelujah. That is the vision properly implemented. And certainly that use should be authorized. But if the market will not produce it, well then how can it happen? And should it happen? But rather than listen to what the market is telling them, staff wants the city's policymakers to believe that by applying the necessary medicine in the form of the zoning amendments adding the LC zone, the city policymakers can force the market to realize the vision. They would do this by what amounts to another kind of subsidy, but this one imposed or extracted from a relatively few number of business and property owners.
Mr. Blake, are you just about finished?
I'll speed up your, Mr. Mayor, and I think I'll wrap up.
Thank you.
The proposed amendments, bear with me a moment.
Sure.
Would prevent a property owner or tenant in the LC zone from building a permanent structure or expanding an existing one other than for a hotel or a large retail business. Current business owners like Bayshore Supply will be unable to expand or remodel to remain competitive or even viable, or even possibly to address deferred maintenance. Sooner or later, they will be out of business. Stripped to its essentials, what staff proposes is to keep out or squeeze out viable, prosperous businesses and depress the value of the land that houses them in order to force the owners of that land to sell it. And for whose sake are they forced to sell it? For a hotel chain or shopping center developer who has no investment in this city, nor any commitment to invest, and who may never show up. And we would do this at the expense of those who have invested in the city for years or maybe decades and generated the revenue that is this city's lifeblood. The The staff's message is basically that the end justifies the means, but the wrong means will never produce the right end. So Black Mountain urges on you to reject the staff's proposed zoning amendments in favor of those your Planning Commission has endorsed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Steve Mitchell, followed by William Steele.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. It strikes me odd that I've heard two speakers before me say that there's a willing group of sellers here. This meeting would not be happening if we had a willing group of sellers that were here tonight. I believe each of you have received my package, and you received the letter, so I won't belabor that. When I spoke last time, I let you know that we were in negotiations with Whitecap Construction Supply. We are now 3 months and 17 days into that. Nothing has come except uncertainty with the city over permitted use, length of term for a lease, and how can we get this done. Unfortunately, it appears the prospective tenant Whitecap Construction Supply has moved on to another city to locate their business. Black Mountain Properties' loss of this quality tenant is very frustrating and financially painful. This also results in the city turning down the opportunity for any sales tax income while the city waits for the landmark site to materialize. The above example illustrates the city is forcing landowners to come up with a plan for a hotel and assemble what the city wants, which is top-down dictation by the city versus letting the market dictate what gets developed. At the May 14th meeting I attended with other land LC property owners, Mr. Savay stated that the revised ordinance will help landlords in the LC zone by making it easier for them to lease their property. Allowing retail and destination-oriented uses for the landmark commercial zone district is fine. If it adds new flowers without crowding out the flowers already blooming, only allowing for certain flowers to grow and weeding out the rest results in a largely empty flower bed or an underused flower bed. As Black Mountain Properties reviews the documents that were in front of you, and I ask you to take a look in particular at the letter because I had copied and pasted those right out of the document, I find some interesting for us, Black Mountain Property, as we look at this tenant that we are trying to get into lease here, who's now walked on us. And I look at, per staff report, attachment 2, Exhibit B, Article 2, the Basin Overlay Districts chapter on commercial districts, in particular on page 30, under LC for offices - businesses and professional. These are classified as P4. They're permitted with the subnote or the footnote 4. If you go to page 32 of the same section, P4 is defined as permitted by right in existing buildings only. We get it. Additions or enlargements, tear downs, and rebuilds may be considered subject to use approval. We get it. Hypothetically, let's take a look at a new occupant who wants to use the existing building at 551 Industrial Road for business and professional use, P4. It's permitted in the existing building. As defined on page 32, it states the occupant has the right to do so. Per staff report attachment Exhibit C, Administration and Permits Chapter 18.30.060 Required Findings, Section B, sorry for all of that, Interim Uses, page 354. I won't read it all, but interim uses, other than regional, retail, and designated oriented uses, are the only ones that will be considered. If offices, business and professional use is permitted on 32, how does that square up with page 35, where anything other than regional, retail, and designation-oriented uses shall be viewed as interim? This ordinance limits current property owners' ability to negotiate leases with diverse prospective businesses that will bring substantial sales tax and other benefits to the city of San Carlos. It has serious financial impacts beyond Black Mountain Properties and affects all the property owners in the landmark designated zone. The City Council needs to be aware that the passing of this ordinance sends a very clear message to all prospective businesses considering locating in the LC zoned area that City of San Carlos is interested in hotel retail only and is business unfriendly. Black Mountain Properties would like to ask the San Carlos City Council members, do not adopt an ordinance amending the San Carlos zoning map and the San Carlos Municipal Code to establish a new zoning district, Landmark Commercial LC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. William Steele, followed by Jim Hartnett.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'd like to start with a rebuttal, brief rebuttal to Mr. Simon's presentation. I'll agree that one of the things hotels are looking for includes identity and highway exposure, but frankly, what hotels really want is drivers for hotel guests. That's how they make their money, by filling their hotels. They want proximity to stadiums, they want proximity to airports, they want proximity to transportation hubs. They want proximity to tourism. These are things that fill hotels. It is absolutely ludicrous to compare San Carlos to Burlingame if you're looking for a TOT analysis. Come on, Burlingame is right next to San Francisco Airport. That's the driver there. Let's take a look at what the city did with their site in Landmark B. They didn't elect to put a hotel there. They elected to sell the freaking property, which is what the owners in Landmark A want to do. They put an In-N-Out Burger in there. The city put an In-N-Out Burger there. What revenue is that generating for the general fund? Again, why no hotel? Here's one. What are the exceptional architectural features of the In-N-Out Burger? The East Side plan was sunsetted in 2009. It was revised to a more inclusive zoning. And I believe, and some of the other people in this room believe, that that was purposeful. In the early 2000s, we saw restrictive zoning. We saw 850 East San Carlos Ave fall into deep disrepair. It was on the hit list for code compliance. There were vagrants living there. There was drug use. The police were called. There was graffiti. It was a burden on city services. And I think this limitation on zoning will really cause a return of that. In fact, the property was foreclosed on. So we're looking at limiting the uses of the properties, and that leads to diminished property values. It leads to vacancy. It disincentivizes owners to properly maintain their properties. And it can lead to a return of the conditions we saw on 850 East San Carlos Avenue. So in summary, I would like to, or in conclusion, I'd like to urge council to leave the zoning as it is, to leave it inclusive in nature, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Hartnett, followed by Danielle Pay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. As you know from the correspondence, I represent the Pay family, who have two properties smack dab in the middle of land, marked Site A. First, I'd like to say that I do believe that staff has been transparent in how they have dealt and communicated with the property owners, and they've been respectful and solicitous. They simply have been unwavering in their views. And so when they're unwavering in their views, people believe they haven't been heard, no matter how solid the views are. But they certainly have reached out, but been unwavering. Secondly, I do believe that it's great and important for business and government to work together. And I think it's important for government to encourage and state its preferences and help create an environment for success that is to the mutual benefit of the citizens of the city as well as to the property owners. particularly when it is the investment of the property owners that will generate the success. And I have to differ, Mr. Mayor, with some of the comments about why we're here and whether or not we would have been here if certain things had occurred in the past. First of all, had the city staff proposed a landmark site zoning district, that would have been addressed by all the property owners at that time. They would have had an opportunity, I'm sure, a fair opportunity to address the issues that are being addressed tonight. So the fact that they're being addressed tonight doesn't mean merely because of the passage of time the result should be different than what would have occurred years ago. I am hoping that you have an open mind to the arguments tonight, just as the council that was sitting then would have had an open mind to the arguments then. Secondly, I think you'll hear from others tonight that it is not correct to say that there are willing property owners that are assembled and willing to sell to a hotel group. The testimony at the 2 planning commission meetings was frankly to the contrary. There are several, but not all. And all is required to establish the vision that the city has established. The city does have options in terms of raising money and being good stewards of its finances. This isn't the last option. I have tremendous confidence in the city government in San Carlos and the city council sitting here, past and future councils. You have been leaders in San Mateo County and probably in the state in terms of how you've handled your fiscal responsibilities. There are always options. It is not the last option. The landmark Site A is not the last option for the city of San Carlos to generate additional tax revenues. I'm much more optimistic, perhaps, than you are. But where I'm not particularly optimistic is that a hotel developer can assemble the sites that the city could not require be assembled through a redevelopment agency. We know that tool is not now available, but had it been, the city could have, in effect, mandated its vision, but paid fair market value for the sites to assemble them and flip them to a developer who would undertake to accomplish the vision of the city. What the city is doing now is asking the property owners who are each individually owning their parcels to do what the city can't do and what they can't do either. The vision that the city has had has been in place since 1991. Now, I look at that as there have been 3 different decades in which that vision has been in place. And we know there have been different economic cycles during that period of time. There have been good ones, there have been bad ones. No one, even when there was redevelopment agency authority, no one has been able to assemble those sites and make the city's vision a reality. You can't require the current owners to do that by your zoning. It's not fair. It's not fair that the city had a site in its control, a parcel in its control, in a landmark site, and sold it for a use inconsistent with the vision and goals of the city. Now, I happen to like that In-N-Out Burger site, and I must admit that I have spent tax dollars there on more than one occasion and with some regularity, as might be evident by my appearance.
On that note, if you could just sort of wrap it up,
Well,
Mr. Hartnett, please. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, I would say that, first of all, the legal positions I have stated for the record are in the letters. I need to add just one more. I still don't think what the city has done in further enhancing the record establishes its right to an environmental exemption. So I need to say that for the record. Additionally, I think it's important to note that we're talking almost like a field of dreams here. And when I look at the field of dreams, there was one person who owned that parcel and created the baseball diamond in which those players from the past magically came out and played. There isn't one owner to create that site now, and no one has magically surfaced to come out and play and create a hotel. I don't think the evidence is there that they will, but Finally, we would like to work with the city to make that happen if we can, consistent with the existing zoning. So my client really wishes to continue to work with the city to help the city accomplish its goals, but within its existing zoning rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartnett. And thank you for participating at the In and Out in our town. Danielle Pay, followed by Cameron Johnson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Danielle Pay. I am the property owner at 850 East San Carlos Avenue and 595 Industrial Avenue. My family has been involved with these two sites starting in 2000 when my father-in-law purchased 850 East San Carlos. John and I, who own Pay's Place, basketball gym for kids, started our business at 595 Industrial Road in 2003 and then purchased both buildings, 850 San Carlos and 595 in 2007. Since the time we began our involvement all the way back in the year 2000, we've been working with the city to try to assemble these parcels and develop them with no success. We even prepared in 2011 the slide that Mr. Simon put into his packet showing office buildings, parking structure, and a hotel. At that time, we had no luck assembling the parcels, primarily because the parcel on the corner owned by the Sang family is a family business and a parcel that's been in their family for a long time. It's now been handed over to their son, and it is the family's legacy, and they have no interest in selling it. So over these past 13 years, working to assemble these parcels and fulfill the vision that San Carlos has with no success, we finally have a situation where we do have some interest. It just doesn't happen to be a hotel. I do think it's a good project. I think it's something that if in the future there were to be a hotel or Mr. Singh's property became available, would be conducive to being situated next to that hotel. I think it's a good fit. It's a luxury fitness center that we're talking about. And it works under the current guidelines. In addition to that, I do want to point out that sort of under the current guidelines, my business works. Under these amended guidelines that the staff is suggesting, my business no longer works. So if I'm unable to sell my building, then now my current business is now an interim business and subject to a conditional use permit. My current business was subject to a conditional use permit when I started, and I was constantly up for review. And my husband and I were present and involved when that condition was removed from the zoning ordinance. And we were happy about that because that meant we no longer had to get a conditional use permit for our gym, which is 20,000 square feet. So this didn't just fall through the cracks or happen by accident. This has happened over time because of an existing business and an existing use, one that draws a lot of children from the surrounding communities to play basketball. I don't know if any of you have people that go to that gym, but you go there on the weekends and after school and the place is packed. In addition to that, that whole street, East San Carlos, has been revitalized since we purchased it. 850 was in disrepair. Now there are gyms and it's fully leased, and we've redone the parking lot. And because of that revitalization, you have Undisputed Gym and fencing clubs, and Pioneer Millwork has come in and fixed up their building. So I really feel proud of what we've done in this community, and we take a great interest in improving it. We need to do that with the cooperation of the city, and I really strongly urge you to leave the ordinance alone as it is and let it stand and let the marketplace decide what happens on that corner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pay. Cameron Johnson, followed by Michael Sang. I apologize. Sang?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Cameron Johnson. I'm chair of the San Carlos Economic Development Advisory Commission, and I'm here on behalf of EDAC today to urge your support for the recommended LC zoning. I think, I wanted to just give you a little bit of color and some detail about the discussion that was had on EDAC. We had about a good over an hour discussion about this issue. And I think we think that it's unfortunate that we're having to deal with this issue at this time. Our view of it largely is that this is an oversight or a mistake that was made. But it's a mistake that's costly. We think that the city has a strong need to maintain a reputation as a business-friendly city, and I think this kind of thing has the potential to undermine it. And that business owners should be able to operate their businesses without concerns that the rules are going to be changed out from under them. And we definitely think as part of this process that steps should be taken to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. But that being said, I think we came to the conclusion that largely what we're doing here today is to codify longstanding city policy to support the development of a hotel. And what we weighed and had to weigh was, on the one hand, potential costs and disruption to business owners versus the benefits of a hotel and the likelihood that a hotel could get developed within a reasonable period of time. The benefits are well known. They were stated here tonight, but I'll just say the ones that we found convincing. Number one, there's a tremendous amount of transit occupancy tax revenue that would come to the city. Number two, it's an opportunity to diversify the city's revenue base, which can help us in economic downturns. Number three, it'll create jobs. And number four, it'll bring more business to our downtown as the people who work in the hotel and the people who stay in the hotel look for places to shop and to dine. So there are a lot of benefits, obviously. So then the question becomes about what's the likelihood that we're going to get a hotel, and I think a lot of the discussion from what I understand at the Planning Commission was centered on, and has been stated tonight, that we tried to get a hotel. We've been trying to get a hotel since 1991, and it hasn't happened. What makes you think that we're going to get a hotel anytime soon? And I think it's uncertain, and I think it's a complex site, and we have multiple property owners with multiple intentions. But I think it's pretty clear that the economy is improving. The numbers that we've seen show that it's a hot hotel market on the peninsula. We do see PAMP coming in, and that has a potential to be a catalyst for more economic development in that particular part of San Carlos. We see some more interest with the property owners there today than we have in previous years. And I think it's important to remember that we're in the process of dissolving our redevelopment agency, but we have some capital available as part of our strategic acquisition reserve that can be used as a catalyst for a hotel. And that helps us and potentially makes us a better site relative to other cities who may have had their RDA dissolved and may not have that kind of capital available to make this kind of site work. So for all those reasons, we think there's a reasonable expectation that a deal could happen within a relatively short period of time. And given that there are such tremendous benefits to the city, we believe that it's appropriate to update the zoning. I'd like to make one addition to what Mark said about the discussion that happened at EDAC. So we did have one vote that was a tie vote, and it was largely centered on some uncertainty about the language and also concern that the zoning would apply to existing businesses that were already occurring and force the property owners and business owners to change their businesses and essentially put them out of business. When those members of EDAC were assured that the zoning would simply only apply on a go-forward basis for new development. And when we talked about making it more clear so that city residents and business owners were more clear about what was actually going into the zoning, they felt they changed to be supportive, and ultimately it was a 5-1 vote in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Michael Sang, followed by John Weatherby.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Michael Seng, representing 501 Industrial Road, Bayshore Supply. Bayshore Supply is a family business, It was handed down from my father to myself, and we do not have the intention to sell. It's been passed down. We started the business in 1996 when we moved in, and we've heavily invested in this property, and we're heavily rooted in this property. And the stability of the land use and this property is crucial. Our three other branches require that the stability of this property is there. We have over 30 people. We have over 30 employees over the 4 branches, and they rely on this property as a headquarters. And we generate over $500,000 of taxes a year. So please don't be misguided that if we built a fitness center there and we had my property there, that we would generate no taxes. I hope that the council does not pass the staff's recommendation so that I can grow this business, improve this business, as well as generate more sales tax for the city. Thank you very much, and I hope that you guys vote on the recommendation by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. John Weatherby, followed by Joe Bullock.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is John Weatherby. I'm a broker with Cornish and Cary Commercial. I've worked with the Singh family for a number of years, and I would encourage you to leave the present zoning in place. They have worked there for close to 20 years. They've grown their business. They need that place. A few years ago, when the idea of the hotel was really seriously approached to them, we looked for other sites for an alternative for their distribution facility, and there's no site that's comparable. This site is very important for their growth of their business and their maintaining their business. Now that it's turned over to Michael, he has plans long range, and that would possibly include modifying the existing building, growing it, and they need that. And I would encourage the city to possibly look at other sites, possibly downtown near the train station for office and hotel development. I know that downtown Redwood City and downtown San Mateo are very strong office markets. So I would encourage that if you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby. The last speaker card I have is Joe Bullock.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate you letting me talk. I do like In-N-Out Burger, too. I go there. I get the double Whopper or whatever it is, but it's a great little place. But again, as everybody said here tonight, and I don't know what more I can add to what everybody's elegantly said, the site it's a great site. There's no question about that. But I think one of the slides up here brought out something that I thought was kind of interesting. It said on there that even after the hotel or office buildings were built and fully developed, the tax revenue that it would bring in, it would still keep San Carlos, the bottom of the list on the revenue? I mean, it wouldn't even bring San Carlos up to midway on the peninsula. Wouldn't even get them close to Redwood City. Wouldn't even get them close, maybe a little bit over Belmont. So what are you gaining? What is San Carlos gaining? That's by your own consultant on here. Also, city manager said a little bit earlier tonight that, there was stricter zoning in place many years ago, which drove the buildings into disrepair. I think that was in the 90s, wasn't it? So it didn't help the corner. There's no big hotel there. There's no big office building there. And we've gone through some good economic times. We've gone through some bad economic times. But, I think by increasing the zoning and making it more difficult for the current landowners isn't going to make it any easier for a hotel group to come in, regardless of the zoning. If the location is right for a hotel and the economics are right, regardless of what the zoning is, they're going to come in.
You know, they're going to build a hotel, a conference center, a restaurant, a gym, or whatever you want. But just by increasing the difficulties on the landowners isn't going to make it any better for the hotels, or make it better for the site, or make the site any better. So, you know, I was here at the commission meeting, and I spoke at the commission meeting, and the commission was very adamant. I mean, they mentioned, you guys know, they wanted everything stricken from the record on the landmark site. And I kind of feel, you know, where are we going with this thing? I mean, the commission is recommending against it, I think, to some degree. I mean, all the landowners surely don't want to see it, including myself. I own the 551 piece. You know, but staff keeps trying to ram it down our throats. And, you know, as a citizen of San Carlos, I always thought that, you know, paying my taxes and so forth, that the city staff, and, you know, they work for the citizens, and to try to get what the citizens want to see and what the property owners want to see, and help the property owners in this city. But boy, in this situation, it doesn't seem that way. Staff wants this landmark site one way or the other, and they're going to ram it down our throats one way or the other. You know, and as far as working with the property owners, I own 551. I haven't met with the city. I haven't had them contact me personally. They've contacted my staff. Yeah, they sat down once. Did we get anywhere? No. Were they willing to move or negotiate? No. So, I mean, I've been here since I was a kid. I was born here, raised here, went to school here. And I just don't see the cooperation with the staff, and I sure don't see the transparency with the staff at all. And, but I urge you to turn it down, turn this landmark site down, let the market dictate it, and it'll happen. And let us improve the buildings. Let us try to get tenants in. Yeah, since this process, it's cost me probably $50,000 out of my pocket already to you know, lost tenants. People, I mean, aren't even calling on the building anymore because they know the reputation that's out there. But let the market dictate it. I mean, the zoning in place, it's fine. It's not hurting that corner. And if a hotel wants it, they'll get it. And if the property owners want to sell, they'll sell at market value, whatever the market will bear. I mean, that's what they'll sell it for if all the owners want to sell. Like I said before, I'll sell my piece. I'll sell it for market value, whatever it's worth. But I encourage you, turn this landmark thing down. I don't know, you know, what more to say. But thank you for listening, and I know you guys will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? This is a public hearing, so I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move we close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. I hope by the way, just making an editorial comment, I hope the public felt that I gave everybody a chance to speak, because this is a very important piece of property, very important to the whole city. And I certainly allowed a lot of extra time for folks because I thought they deserved it. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands this is not a shortcut by our city council in any way, shape, or form. So folks on the dais, questions, comments, motions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Mr. Grocott.
I'd like to strike out here first, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
The reason I asked the question, and I know it got a little long there, about how many eyes had seen the general plan and the zoning ordinance, is because I agree with the speaker who stated, after I asked all those questions, and I forget who it was, I have it in my notes here, but I think it might have been Ms. Pei, stated that the relaxation on this site that transpired when it went from the East Side specific plan into the general plan was by design. And I really believe it was. I believe, now, I don't think necessarily it was meant that way by city staff, but when we look at it, the 14-member general plan committee looked at this, looked at the general plan. EDAC looked at the general plan. Staff and consultants, department heads, they all looked at it. The meetings, they had several public meetings, and then it was stated that a similar process was done for the zoning update. I was on the council for a good part of this, and the reason I asked what staff's definition for encourage and preferred was is because I was I wanted to hear what they thought and compare it to what I thought when I read those documents. And what I thought when I read those documents is that encourage means to encourage. Just like I used to do as a wrestling coach. Come on, let's go stronger, let's go harder, let's, put in the effort. And even when we as a council at that one point, I think it was in 2009 with the Economic Development Plan, said, reaffirmed our encouragement to try and bring a hotel there, that meant go out and talk to developers. And apparently staff did that, but didn't have much success with it. So I think what the general plan did and what the zoning ordinance did was what was intended. And that is, let's loosen this up a little bit and allow other things to come in besides a hotel if a hotel's not going to happen. After all, it's been this way. You spoke about this at the last time this was on the dais, Mr. Mayor. It's been 22 years and it hasn't happened. And I get concerned about what I think I mentioned before, the opportunity costs. You're so strongly holding on to one thing. Meanwhile, other things are happening or could be happening that could be making you money, and they are not. So I would be more in favor of actually just, I could see going with what the Planning Commission came up with, but I could even see doing nothing, because actually when I read through the different things from the general plan, and if you don't mind, I'm going to go through these quickly. LU5, support and maintain land uses that contribute to a vibrant and resilient local economy. Even pays gym, if that's what they want to do. I think that meets that requirement of giving us a resilient, vibrant local economy. LU6, strengthen the economic vitality of the east side by encouraging a diversity of commercial uses while protecting and preserving existing industrial uses. Again, I don't see how the proposal of Mr. Pay's or the Pay Family Gym doesn't support that guideline in the general plan, because it's adding diversity. We don't have, there's a big gym right now. It's across the street over in Redwood Shores. It's not in our city. So I don't see a problem there. LU 6.4, encourage the development of landmark sites. Let's see. I must have missed something there, but I think one of those was talking about making it attractive, making the buildings attractive. Here it is, LU 11. Provide for attractive and functional gateways. Again, I don't see the conflict, because when you read, I didn't write down the whole thing about LU 11, but it's talking about quality design and pedestrian access, walkability, those kinds of things. I don't see a problem with telling the developer, look, you want to develop your gym? Make it a nice looking building. There, again, you go over and look at the Peninsula, what is it, the Peninsula Pacific Athletic Club. That's a really nice looking building. It's a nice looking site. Functions as primary gateway features, exhibit exceptional design, except, like I say, the reason I read all those is because when we told last time, go back, talk to the property owners, try to work with them, I could see using these goals and work with the property owners and get what we want. We may not get a hotel, but we could get a nice looking piece of property. Even Mr. Singh talked about his business. Heck, as in my business, I've gone down to some places in Mountain View that are building supply, and they have things on display. They have, like, there's one for this artificial rock stuff It's a beautiful building. And you walk inside, and it's beautiful. On the outside, they have gardens and water features and plants growing, showing you as a homeowner or a property owner, if you put in this product, this is what your place could look like. Very nice looking building, and I guarantee you, when those fake rocks are being sold, sales tax revenue is very good. So I kind of feel like we're not even following our own general plan, and we're cutting off our nose to spite our face if we're trying to jam down the property owner's throat this idea that it's got to be a hotel, and if it's not a hotel, at least has to be some kind of I don't know what else we're thinking of if it's not a hotel, because I don't think we need another marketplace in town.
Okay. Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick clarifying questions from staff prompted by speaker comments. One is, I'd be interested in whether staff has any perspective to offer us as to what the current state of interest, I guess the term is hoteliers, people who develop hotels, have in San Carlos and in this property.
Yeah, I'll address that, Mr. Vice Mayor. Over the last several months, staff has been contacted by several hotel developers about the site. We've had a few meetings with them. We have suggested that they contact the property owners at the Landmark site and talk with them. There's at least one proposal that I'm aware of that basically involves about half of the Landmark site, so not including the Singh property, but the other 4 parcels. I believe that at least one of those developers and possibly another has been in contact with, I'm not sure if it's the property owners or the broker, but I do believe that they are aware that there's some interest. I was not party to those meetings, so I can't speak further.
Okay, thank you. Next question, which may be either for Mr. Savay or for our outside consultant. What, I know it depends on the size of the hotel, but for the kind of hotel that we think might show up here, can you give us a sense of how many dollars a year that would be worth to the city in terms of transit occupancy tax?
Sure. That would be roughly in the area of about $500,000 to $600,000 a year for 135-room hotel.
Okay, so $500,000 to $600,000 a year. And can staff refresh my memory about what we expect to receive from the Transit Village development?
The fiscal impact analysis indicated about 130,000 range net benefit to the general fund. Actually, that's net, but the gross was in the $250,000 range.
Okay, so round numbers, a typical kind of hotel development would generate roughly double what the entire Transit Village would, even though it's substantially smaller than what the Transit Village is.
That's not exactly an apples to apples comparison, because there's it really is the 130 that where Mr. Savay started with. If you're comparing tax revenue, the analysis takes in other things into account, like are people that live there spending money in the community. We're not taking into account our people in the hotel spending money in the community. So it's really just the tax revenue that.
So tax to tax, which I think it's worth pointing out, as you just did, is not the totality of the analysis on either side. That a typical hotel here, which would not be occupying the totality of the property there, will generate something on the order of 5 times the amount of money that the entire Transit Village will. Last question, and then I have a point that I want to make. Last question is probably for Mr. Savay. Is there any property that you're aware of in the city limits of San Carlos where the market solely dictates the use of the property?
No, I would say that, on a continuum, there's, on the far continuum where the market totally dictates, no.
Okay.
I can't think of any zoning district in the city that allows the market to completely dictate what happens. And that's true of the GCI zoning as it currently stands.
Fair enough. The point I just wanted to make after getting those clarifying questions, thank you very much, everybody, for those. I actually wasn't involved because I wasn't on the council at the time with the preparation of the general plan, and I'm embarrassed to admit, even though I've been a long-term resident of San Carlos, I don't think I went to a single one of the meetings that was cited. So bad on me. So what I did is by necessity went back and read the documentation, read the general plan, read the East Side specific plan, read the economic development plan that's incorporated by reference. And for what it's worth, and I respect my colleagues' position to interpret things differently, it was pretty clear to me after I read all the documents that the general plan basically spells out the community's vision for this area of the city as being hotel, major retail, landmark use. And that was essentially, I went back to confirm that, but that was essentially the point I made when we were reviewing the extension of the urgency ordinance. It's pretty clear to me that that's what's there. And that's the perspective of somebody who wasn't involved in the meetings and is going based on the documentation that was drawn up.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clapper?
I was just sitting back to hear the next chapter on that. So,
There'll be
okay,
more.
thank you. Okay, I have a question for staff. I think Mr. Savay. In looking at the proposed changes, the chart that's on page 29 and goes on, and looking in well, actually, it would be looking at page 30 is the best example, and looking under the newly proposed zoning of LC, where it says P4, so that's permitted for existing. And so that means if any changes are going to be made on that piece of property, it really is like having a C there. Is that correct? Or is it like having an M there? What exactly is going to happen if they want to enlarge or rebuild on those for those purposes?
Enlargements or rebuilds would be subject to a conditional use permit.
Okay, so where it says P4, then it would be a C for.
Well, the intent is that go ahead, Lisa, if you'd like to try that first part there.
I don't know why the speaker, microphone isn't working over there. So essentially, what it means is that for all of the uses that have a P, and you'll notice down this use table, all of them have the footnote 4.
Right.
So for all of the 10 or so uses that we've staff is recommending be permitted by right, the limitation clause in footnote number 4 says these uses are indeed permitted by right, provided that they use the existing building. If there is a request to utilize this or to have the use go in any of the buildings with an addition or enlargement, then that would require the use permit. So the use permit is only triggered when there's a request to expand or enlarge. Otherwise, they can go inside the existing building.
It would be a conditional use permit, not a minor.
That would be let's see, what do we put? They would have to go through the use permit approval. I think it would be minor, is what we were talking about.
See, that's why
we should clarify that that's
minor.
minor.
I'm a little confused because when we did the zoning update, we were looking at new uses for a piece of property. If a piece of property was zoned in a certain area for a certain use, what would happen if they changed the use? Would it be permitted? Would it be minor? Would it be conditional? And this is kind of taking the reverse approach. So I'm trying to kind of make sure I'm understanding, because my mind is biased on how we did it the first time. So that's why I'm trying to understand this, because this seems to be more focused on, and I know that's what our discussion is focused on, the existing uses of the property, and we're trying to reassure people that they can continue to use the property that way. But it's a little bit confusing about what is the use permit process should they choose to enlarge or rebuild?
Yeah, it's a conditional use permit. So when it says use permit, while it didn't say minor, I think the intent, the intent would be, could be a minor, it could be a conditional use permit, but it's a use permit. We do need to clarify that. I think that's a good catch right there. So the intent, they would have to go through some process. If there was a building that was doing a substantial enlargement or tear down and rebuild, I would think that the Planning Commission would be the best group to go through that. It's a significant change where you have aesthetic issues, height, traffic, parking issues, as opposed to going to the zoning administrator, although the zoning administrator could push it up to the Planning Commission. So I would suggest that it be clarified to be conditional use permit, which means Planning Commission review.
Okay. So the conditional use permit process requires someone to come in and present their plans with staff and have staff reviews it with them.
That's correct.
And helps, and then prepares the package to go to the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Right, okay. So as Councilmember Grocott was talking about expectations about staff working with property owners to work on what would be built on a piece of property so it would be consistent with the general plan. And I may be a little bit biased by my experience of being on the Planning Commission, but to me, that's the purpose of the minor use and, most importantly, the conditional use permits, is to enforce that working of staff and Planning Commission on what's going to happen with the property owners.
Yes.
Are there other situations where the Planning Commission is not involved, where you're working with the property owners, that would be good for us to understand what that process is?
Sure. Wherever it says permitted use or a P without any footnote or anything, that means that that use is permitted in the building without any city discretion. And so typically what happens is a property owner or a business owner will come and approach City Hall. They'll call city staff and ask about the zoning. They'll tell us what their business is and say, is it okay to do this? If I want to expand my business, what do I need to do? And most of the time, we'll sit down with the property business owner and go over it and talk about what their options are, talk about what their interests are, what kind of a business. And we would help shepherd that through the building permit process as well, if they needed permits. So that's kind of how it goes. So if it's permitted, we assist them. Business registration, we get them connected with the right people in City Hall and the right paperwork, and if they need to fill out paperwork or fees or anything like that. So that's what we do. We're here to assist people to get through the process, whatever it is.
But if it doesn't have to go for the conditional use permit, how they're envisioning that building looking is, if it's permitted, they can do it that way. Am I correct in interpreting what you said earlier about that?
Yes. I mean, if it's permitted, they can go into the building. There's no other intense discretionary process whatsoever, although, again, if they needed some kind of a building permit, tenant improvements or something like that, or health and safety upgrades to the building, that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. And it was sounding to me as if the expectations for if all of these parcels could be assembled, that we were looking at mixed use, hotel and office, and am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's
or is there the
could be done
expectation
there.
that the whole thing will just be one monstrous hotel?
That's correct. I mean, we've been approached by individuals or groups that would take some of the property, but not all of it, allowing for a fitness facility to be constructed in concert with other types of another hotel or a hotel, or perhaps there's a mixture of uses with the parking garage to support all the different uses at the site. So yes, there's options for and possibilities for lots of different uses, but again, without the use permit, the city doesn't have any discretion to work with the developer, architects, the property owners on how all of it fits together. And there's possibilities that if you put things in a certain place, then you can't do the rest of it. That it would not permit the siting of a hotel. There's parking needs for all the business owners. There's business interests, maybe corporate interests. So it's very complex, and you want to have some discretion over that process.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to the council members for indulging me with that
I
amount
have
of
a
time.
follow-up question, if I may, from your discourse there.
Good, please.
From what
Yes,
staff,
go ahead, please.
From what staff said, we've got these general plan guidelines, and they don't just apply to the land designation that we're dealing with tonight. There's a lot of them that deal with other parcels, other parts of the city. From what you said, there's these guidelines, but there's no way to enforce them if somebody comes in and says, I want to put a building on this site, and staff says, okay, here's the process you go through, but by the way, we've got these guidelines, but we can't enforce them because we don't have any means to enforce them. So am I hearing that right?
Well, the zoning is the way to help to enforce the land use designations of the general plan.
Okay.
So that's the mechanism. I think we touched upon that a little bit earlier, that it's kind of like it's the tool that you use to implement the policy. So, and that happens, we have lots of different land use designations, general plan land use designations all over town that have different characteristics, almost like different neighborhoods. There's commercial, there's residential, there's mixed use. And the zoning is what we use, which is crafted for each of those different land uses to implement the policies of the general plan.
Mr. Collins?
Just a couple of questions, and whoever on staff can answer these is welcome to. There was a resolution in, let me get the date, March 11th, 1991, and it said, resolution of the City Council and the City of San Carlos approving the general plan amendment and specific plan for the East Side area. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but what caught my eye was the part where it said, be it resolved that City of San Carlos approves the general plan amendment and specific plan for the East Side dated December 4th, 1990. And then the first item under that is, number 1, change the designation of the parcels on the southeast and northeast corners of the Holly Industrial intersection to Landmark Hotel Office Restaurant. Does that resolution, even though it was passed 22 years ago, does that still have force in the general plan today? Is it obsolete? Was it replaced?
It was. When the general plan process occurred, what happened is the General Plan Advisory Committee looked at the East Side specific plan and went through it with a fine-tooth comb and looked at all the different policies and incorporated, recommended that certain policies from that plan be incorporated into the general plan, and that's where we get that policy language that people have been talking about. So not everything from the East Side specific plan was incorporated into the general plan. That was a recommendation from GPAC. GPAC felt that the policies that they pulled over from that plan were sufficient to say that these were still landmark sites, and the general plan supports this type of development there.
So the spirit of this resolution then is
That's correct.
Still in force today.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
That's where I was getting. I just want to clarify a couple other things. I think they've been addressed, but I want to make sure. I think when we were meeting before, we were talking about a fitness center, and you indicated that even with the rezoning to landmark commercial, a fitness center could still be built if if the other properties were sold and say a hotel did come in and wanted to develop
That's
part of
correct.
the rest of the properties?
Right. And the intent is, the fitness center could certainly fit there. It might, we've heard that it could be a good synergy with a hotel, and, that's very possible.
Okay.
So yes, that could occur under a conditional use permit process.
Okay. And conditional use permits, we've had them for how long in this city? Decades, I suspect?
Yeah, from the first adoption of the first zoning code decades ago.
To your knowledge, has it slowed down development or stalled it, or
Not in my experience.
forced a property owner not to develop a piece of property?
No. In fact, in other cities and in the development community, it's sort of part of doing business. That's what you expect. Every city has conditional use permits in San Mateo County, in the state of California. Just about every. I don't know of a city that doesn't.
Okay.
It's part of doing business, and so it's to be expected, I think.
Okay. I think that's it for the moment.
I just had one quick question. I'd asked earlier if we passed the staff recommended ordinance relative to the fitness center, what would happen? Let me rephrase it and ask it the other way. Let's assume that this council doesn't vote for either of these situations or these recommended motions, just says we're done. What restrictions, or if any, if the fitness center that's planned would come to the staff or come to the city, what requirement would it come to any public body, or would they could build anything they want as long as it fits under the guidelines of what, the height and the width and parking and all the rest?
That's right. So if it conforms to the height, parking, standards, setbacks, they don't have to go through any review process other than building permits.
So no design review, no planning commission, no city council?
There may be a trigger in there for architectural review, but not having that language in front of me, there might. But
it's
again,
nominal is what you're
it's
saying?
nominal.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Mr. Olbert.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a motion. I'm going to preface this by saying that one of the lessons that I, over the years, have tried to share with newly elected colleagues, after having served on the school board for a decade and whatnot, is it's a mistake to assume that when you're sitting in one of these roles that you often get, or even ever get, to make good choices. Very often what you end up doing is pursuing the least bad alternative. And to a certain extent, I think that applies here tonight. I do understand and reflect on the reaction of the property owners here, but nonetheless, let me offer the following. I move that the City Council introduce an ordinance amending the San Carlos zoning map and San Carlos zoning ordinance, Title 18 of the San Carlos Municipal Code, to establish a new zoning district, Landmark Commercial, LC, and to amend use regulations pertaining to the General Commercial Industrial, GCI, zoning district.
So in effect, you're taking just so everybody understands, you're taking number 2 that was listed up there.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a second to that
Second.
motion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to recommend that the City Council approve the. Would you put the second one up there for me, please? Thank you. The motion that's coming now. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Rocott.
I was going to ask a question before
You can
the
still ask.
motion. I know. But, there's been a lot of banter about conditional use permits. I think what we're seeing here differently, and we're all talking about mostly the Pay family property, and the proposal that instigated this whole affair was them coming forward with their plans. But we also heard from this gentleman tonight, Mr. Singh, and what this is saying to him is if you have any plans of inheriting your business from your parents and you want to grow that business, forget it. You might as well move out of town because, no, listen to me. The conditional use permit that's in here, there's conditional use permits and then there's conditional use permits like the one we're talking about, which is time limited. So he could come in and have his plan and get his conditional use permit and be allowed to expand his building, but he better be really wise about how he's investing his money in that property, because he's only going to have a certain time frame to monetize and see benefit from whatever he invests in. And so he better be pretty damn sure that he's going to have sales that are going to pay for his investment and then give him a profit in the time frame that the conditional use permit that staff gives him allows. That's the difference. There are conditional use permits that say, here's your conditional use permit, meaning these are the conditions. Parking, noise, like churches get conditional use permits that say you can have it if you have your services during these times and you're good little children. And if you're not good little children, we're going to come along, we're either going to take it away, or when you reapply, we're going to tell you no because you broke the conditions. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a time limit put on somebody with their property. I think that stinks.
Mr. Grocott, could I ask a question of staff on that? Assuming that one of the owners of the properties came in and wanted to expand or whatever and was given a conditional use permit, is there a standard time, as Mr. Grocott indicated? Because I want to make sure that we're talking about apples and apples here.
I think there's one important thing to clarify. Councilmember Grocott alluded to the staff issuing conditional use permits, and that's not, this would be the Planning Commission or the City Council. This is the public. This is the community. This is not something that the staff decides on. And so it would certainly be up to the Planning Commission and the Council if they wanted to put time limitations in place, but there aren't inherently time limitations.
So staff wouldn't necessarily, but could recommend
recommendation.
Yeah. Why don't you read exactly into the record what it says, and then explain what the discretion is of the Planning Commission and the Council.
Hey, could we please have quiet out here? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think I can help with that. The proposed ordinance amendment includes some changes at Chapter 18.30 regarding use permits, and adds some findings for use permits in the landmark commercial district. And that would be at 18.30.060 under required findings. And that includes things like consistency with the general plan and health and safety issues. But it adds, for the landmark commercial district, it adds two findings. The one about interim uses reads, interim uses other than regional retail and destination-oriented uses shall be considered on an interim basis and shall entail use of existing buildings. Erection of permanent buildings inconsistent with regional retail and destination-oriented uses shall not be permitted. Additions or alterations to a building or site may be considered for health and safety purposes and limited to bringing a building into conformance with building code requirements. Interim uses shall be conditioned with time limitations and may be renewed on a periodic basis subject to Planning Commission use permit review and approval. So in short, there's a finding that could be made. The time limit is going to be on a case-by-case basis, and if the time limit runs out, we've had this happen in the past when we had the earlier zoning and people come in for extensions of the interim use based upon the facts and circumstances that exist at that time.
But what would happen is there has to be a time limit put in there. It could be 100 years. It could be 3 years.
There is a time limit because it has to be an interim use, and those findings have to be made.
But the interim can be any amount that the Planning Commission or the City Council decide that it is.
That's right.
So it can be any amount of time.
That's right. It's not limited.
All right. Just want to make sure everybody understands what. But you're right. There is a time limit.
There is a time limit, and
That's fine.
say what you will. As a business owner, I'm not going to go into that situation. That's murky water.
Well, it gives me 100 years.
Unless it's 100 years, that's right. But the last thing a business owner wants is murky water and unknowns.
I agree. Okay. All right. Thanks. Anyway, there's a motion on the floor. Further discussion? Further comment?
Well,
Mr. Collins?
Yeah, since I'm the one that's partially responsible for this thing being dragged out, I should probably talk. I think the guy that made up that phrase, "never watch sausage be made," must have had this process in mind. But over the last few weeks, I've had a lot of conversations. I've gone to a couple of planning commission meetings. I've talked to staff. I've even sat down with Mr. Mitchell. I have listened to a lot of different comments and arguments, both for and against this. The city's also made a lot of accommodations prior to the last planning commission meeting. And so I was a little bothered that I heard the comment that this, the staff was unwavering. What I heard tonight was, staff made a number of changes. And then I think on 5 specific occasions I heard the comments, "make no change." So I'm just wondering, who made changes and who didn't, and who is not wavering and who is. So that was a little bothersome. And this is really about the city having a say versus having no say in what's built in this area. And what we're really looking for is the highest and best use of the land. And I don't think we can ignore the fact that the city's envisioned a hotel here since 1991. It's been a priority for the city. I realize this hotel hasn't been built, may never be built, but I don't think we can say that it won't be built or it can't be built. It could be built, and there has been interest, and I think the interest has been increasing. One of the things that occurred to me when some comments were being made about the fact that nothing has been built over these last few years, I just got to thinking about it, and between 2008 and last year, that 4 or 5 year period was considered the Great Recession. So virtually no one was building anything. From 2001 to 2003, it was post 9/11. The stock market crashed. A lot of people were not building anything at the time. So 7, 8 years of the last 20 years have been years when there wasn't really a lot of development. And if you go back to 1991, I remember this because we had bought our house in 1989. From 1989, unfortunately, just after we bought our house, the market fell out, and there was a recession clear to 1994. So there's another 5 years where there really wasn't much interest in building and expanding. As far as there was a comment also about hotels want to be located near stadiums, airports, and tourism. Well, if that's true, then why is the Sofitel profitable? Why is the Four Seasons profitable? Unless you count Stanford. And Stanford Stadium only has 6 games a year. So I don't know where the tourism is that's near the Sofitel or Four Seasons. We are near an airport, and so is the Four Seasons. And so is the Sofitel. So I guess that does count. A couple other things. One of our EDAC members mentioned tonight about the PAMF project. And that project, it's going to be completed next year or the year after that. I think that, along with other competitive businesses in the area, is really going to enhance the attractiveness of a hotel development. Let's not forget, we are exactly 25 miles away from San Jose. We are exactly 25 miles away from San Francisco. So as far as being a destination area, or at least an area that's equidistant between a lot of attractions, we're it. While I respect the property owner's rights, we're elected to represent the residents of the city, the people who actually live here, and we're elected to represent their long-term interest. And a lot of my decisions, and I've said this before, are based on the fact that we have one of the lowest property tax recovery rates in the county. So if our TOT tax increases only puts us like in second to last, it still would be a 4 or 5-fold increase. And I believe in one of my earlier conversation, I asked our consultant, is the $500,000, $600,000 TOT tax, is that an aggressive assumption? Is it a conservative assumption? He said that's based on your current TOT tax rate, and that's conservative. So I think that number is probably well higher than that. Just a couple of other comments. I think it was also said that all the property owners would need to be willing to sell. And I think we've discovered that that's, not necessarily the case. So I think I've said everything I just about that I had to say, but I'm fairly convinced that we have made staff has made enough changes, enough alterations to the zoning, and I'm comfortable voting for it, for the motion.
The difficulty, as I mentioned last time, is, of course, as we've all talked about, is weighing the private property versus the public situation. I have gone one way and gone the other way in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, listening and reading the letters that were given, listening intently to the people that were speaking tonight, certainly listening to staff. It's just such a hard one to do, although it sounds like it doesn't make any difference what I do tonight, at least on this motion. But I have to say that it's just such a difficult one to come around to on this case. Whether it's a mistake or whether it was something slipped by or whatever, all of us, and I was on the council, and I didn't catch it, and I guess a lot of other eyes, as Mr. Grocott said, a lot of other eyes didn't see it. But we're asked now to sort of, well, let's go back and fix it. And sometimes government can do that, and it's not too difficult, and it doesn't impact a lot of people, and it doesn't set that much of a precedent. Other times it does. So this is a very difficult one for me to come around to. So any other comments? Otherwise, we'll call for the vote. Hearing none, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
No. All right, passes 3-2. Do we have any other items on this, Mr. Surveyor or Mr. Malpe, on this item? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah, get started here. Okay, the next item on our agenda is item 10A, consideration of introducing an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.24 of the Municipal Code to dissolve the Arts and Culture Commission. Someone speaking on that? Mr. Malpe is? Okay. How about the, you're going to do it?
Sure. Mr. Malpe is detained out in the hallway.
Understand.
Mr. Mayor. Christine Boland, Acting Parks and Recreation Commission, Director. It's recommended that the council introduce an ordinance to amend the chapter 2.24 of the code, repealing and thereby dissolving the Arts and Culture Commission, and also amending the code further to include the art and culture as part of the powers and duties of the Parks and Recreation Commission. There's an extensive background that Mr. Malpe described here regarding the history of the commission, and frankly, lately we've had trouble obtaining a quorum, and so it was recommended that the duties and powers of the Art and Culture Commission just be absorbed into the Parks and Recreation Commission. That's basically the bottom line.
Okay.
We've got one person resigning last month and also a person terming out this month. So that leaves us with 3 active members. 2 are eligible for reappointment, which is described in the background. That basically concludes the report.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Boland? Mr. Grocott?
I just have one. I know the chair, I've talked to the chair a couple of times, not about this decision, but just frustration over not being able to get a quorum, as you say, and so forth. And I'm just curious if there were discussions with the chair about dissolving it altogether and what the thoughts were there, if any.
Yes, I'll let Mr. Malpe talk about the attendance. We had it on the agenda a couple months ago, so we did actually talk directly with he talked directly with the commission about the dissolution, and here he is.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Can you walk me through the question real quick?
Sure. I have had a couple of discussions with the chair of the commission just about the difficulty of getting people to attend the meetings and so forth. So I'm just curious about his thoughts on dissolving the commission altogether.
Her thoughts.
Her thoughts.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm okay. Then there must have been a change in the chair.
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about Jerry?
Or Fred Kohler?
Mr. Kohler.
Mr. Kohler, yeah, okay. So, yeah, Fred.
Just trying not to
Yeah,
name names, but...
I met with the commission in March. I asked them to agendize a discussion about the future of the commission. 3 of the 5 commissioners attended. One, I think it was the 3rd meeting in a row, and they only meet 4 times a year, that commissioner had missed. One missed the meeting with an unscheduled absence, didn't let anybody know they weren't going to be able to make it. Talked with 3 of them. 2 out of the 3, including Mr. Kohler, suggested that perhaps there really wasn't a very robust need for the Arts and Culture Commission to continue. One of those commissioners has since resigned because they felt there just wasn't much need for the commission or his time as a volunteer.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Malpe? Mr. Olbert?
Actually, less of a question than both a request, and then see if my colleagues would concur with it. I know that the proposed ordinance amends the language so that arts gets included under the rubric of Parks and Rec. But it occurred to me, given that that's a new insertion there, can we ask that the Parks and Rec Commission, assuming this ordinance passes, undertake kind of a study session amongst themselves to talk about how to meet the needs that were previously and interests that were previously met by the Arts and Culture Commission?
Mm-hmm. I certainly think as part of this item, whatever decision the council makes, they could make that clear that they would like to see the Parks and Rec Commission undertake such a meeting.
Yeah, because I think it's a bit of a sea change for them, and I would despite the difficulties we've been having with getting quorums and having enough for the commission to do, there are some interests there that I would not want to see just lost.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the staff agrees as well. You know, we want to see that function continue. We just think that there's a better way to organize it.
Okay. Is that, I think I saw one head nodding when I said that is, okay.
I was trying to nod my head vigorously to count for more than just one person.
I saw four heads nod and one kind of.
Well, I don't have my bobblehead here, so I can't do that too well. But I'll bring it next time. So any other questions? Otherwise, entertain a motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Goldberg.
Actually, this isn't. Let me stop for a second. This isn't a public hearing, but is there anyone? I should ask if there's anyone here wanting to speak on this item. Okay, seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move adoption. Is it adoption or
introduction?
Introduction of ordinance number
1465.
1465. Let me just write that down. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing amendment to Chapter 2.24 of the Municipal Code, deleting the reference to the Arts and Culture Commission at Section 2.24-.010, comma, Section 2.24.080, and Section 2.24.180. Adding the powers and duties of arts and culture to the Parks and Recreation Commission at Section 2.24.160 and updating the commission title of Parks and Recreation to Parks, Recreation, and Culture Commission.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to introduce that ordinance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, thank you. I also need a motion for extension of time.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move we extend the meeting to 10:45.
You're an optimist. How about 11 o'clock? How about 11 o'clock?
Is that tomorrow morning?
Trying to be nice. I move we extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Item 10B. I could do that. But.
Mr. Mayor, before this item begins, I just want to announce that since our office represents the SBWMA agency, that I will recuse myself and step outside for this item.
Do we have counsel at all then, or we have no counsel?
You have no counsel tonight on this. If you need separate counsel, we would have to retain counsel.
Just ask, because I can step in, even though I'm not a lawyer. I figured, you know. Thank you, Mr. Rubens. All right, Mr. Mora.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. For those of you who've been on council before, you know we've seen this item several times, and so we're back once again to talk about SBWMA board membership and governance. Just some quick overview. The SBWMA was formed in 1999. It was formed primarily to purchase the transfer station on Shoreway Road. Prior to that, there was a group known as the South Bay Transfer Station Authority, known as the SBTSA, and they had all of the functions of the SBWMA except for ownership of Shoreway Center. There are 12 member agencies in San Mateo County that are part of SBWMA. Some key distinctions here: the Shoreway Environmental Center, which includes the Education Center, the Material and Recycling Facility, also known as the MRF, and the Transfer Station, is owned by SBWMA itself. SBWMA also manages the agreement for dumping garbage at Ox Mountain with Republic Services. South Bay Recycling is the company that was hired by SBWMA effective in 2011 to operate the Shoreway facilities, those three facilities. Other key components of the JPA is the JPA directs all materials from the 12-member agencies to Shoreway Center for transfer to Ox Mountain and processing. It also says that the SBWMA will assist the member agencies with management and oversight of their franchises with Recology, which they do, and they also have the responsibility to educate the public on solid waste recycling and diversion. I thought I'd put this table up because we had some questions about what is the city's role and what is the SBWMA role. It's pretty complicated, but here's some highlights. In the category of rates, the SBWMA reviews the rate applications by both SBR and Recology each year, And the board in September sets what's called the revenue requirement, which is the amount of money that each city or member agency must raise for their services in the coming year. The city or the member agencies in return establish their solid waste rates and rate categories based on that revenue requirement, typically the following month in October. When it comes to state laws, mandates, and regulations, SBWMA assists the agencies with programs in complying with those laws and regulations, but ultimately the cities are ultimately responsible for compliance. And as I mentioned earlier tonight, Cal Recycle will be doing their annual visit later this week. When it comes to franchises and agreements, as I indicated earlier, SBWMA holds the the service agreement to run Shoreway Center with South Bay Recycling, and they also hold the agreement for disposal services with Republic, which was formerly known as Allied Waste. The city, on the other hand, holds and approves the actual franchise for collection services with Recology. In terms of outreach, SBWMA has responsibility for public outreach and education and events across all 12 agencies, but each city is responsible for working with SBWMA in terms of coordinating and scheduling and promoting events such as annual compost, e-shred, and bulky pickups within their communities. Another question that I received has to do with the information that SBWMA provides to council members, the public, city staff. And as you can see, like a number of agencies, they do put out a lot of information. They publish their agendas, meeting minutes, and packets on their website, much as the city of San Carlos does, so you can get all of that at any time. They videotape each board meeting. You can watch the videos if you so choose. They also have annual briefings, tours, and meetings for both city staff and elected officials. And I would note that several of the council members here in San Carlos have participated in some or all of those activities. When it comes to San Carlos and our participation in these activities, it's fair to say that San Carlos has been one of the most active, and some would probably suggest the most active city in SBWMA. We have been the pilot site prior to programs going across all 12 agencies for recycling batteries, recycling cell phones. We were the pilot city for doing food scraps and organics, and we are continuing at the staff level to work with them on an every other week pickup program similar to some of the things going on out of state and more recently in San Francisco. In terms of the dissemination of SBWMA board information, highlights of the board actions are put in the City Council newsletter once a month, and that newsletter is available to the public via the city website. It is also available, obviously, to the city staff, department heads, et cetera. SBWMA has offered presentations from time to time at the council level. San Carlos has availed themselves of pretty much all of those, and in fact, it's interesting to note that roughly a year ago when SBWMA did a citizen satisfaction survey and also offered to each of the 12 agencies to do a city-specific survey, San Carlos was the only city that had an interest in having the survey firm come to the council. And some of you probably remember when Brian Godby came to you and gave that report. No one else requested that presentation. And finally, my experience is that not only does staff liaison quite frequently with the city staff, but also has worked with the city manager and in some cases worked directly with some council members at their request. One of the things I did note in some of the commentary both in the media and at the task force meetings is it did occur to me that some of the council members who said that they were not aware of what SBWMA did also have not been present at some of these events. So it does take some effort on both sides, I think, to stay informed. In 2005, which was one of the several times that we've come before you in the past and talked about the potential of changing governance, instead what happened at that year was 2/3 of the agencies, which is the number required to make a change, instead adopted a series of amendments changing the format of the JPA, changing it from what some would call a strong JPA to a weaker JPA, to use that expression. The changes were, in summary, one is it established the executive director position, which did not exist before, and an SBWMA staff. Two, it changed the board chairman, so instead of being the San Carlos city manager or assistant city manager, which was how it was in the original JPA, it was switched so it was an annual election among the members. And over the years, the result has been that the board chairmanship has passed through a number of agencies, including San Mateo County, the city of San Mateo, city of East Palo Alto, et cetera. Number three, is the JPA was amended to require specific positions be on the board, namely city managers, department heads, and environmental program managers. Other staff members could attend the meetings and even advise their city, but they were not eligible for board membership. And that was done out of a concern that in the years where SBWMA was not considering controversial items, the level of employee who was signed by certain cities tended to drop down the list. I think because at the time San Carlos was literally managing the whole agency. We always had high-level employees, but that wasn't necessarily true among the other 11 agencies. And finally, there were a series of key board powers that were transferred to the governing bodies that required two-thirds ratification. And as you can see below that, the things that were transferred from the JPA to the city councils in 2005 included acquiring and disposing of property, entering into and amending the Shoreway Agreement, namely who ran Shoreway Center, and issuing or refinancing bonds. Prior to that, the SBWMA board itself could do those things. And then we put into the staff report a list of some pros and cons of arguments to change the format of the governance and arguments to retain it. When I went through the task force minutes, I was a little surprised to see there really weren't any arguments against the change, so I thought it would be a little more balanced to show both. Some of the arguments out of the minutes that we heard was if you change the governance to elected officials, it would be easier to have the elected officials justify rates, have influence over the budget, explain recycling, provide better information to council members, and some concerns about different formats. There also was an argument that there should be less oversight of recology. I guess to put it mildly, I think at the staff level, while I would agree that they're doing a better job this year, I can't really agree that it's time to have less oversight, but there you are. In the arguments to retain the current format, there are arguments about expertise and institutional knowledge we've heard. We've also heard about the code of conduct, namely in 2006 and 7. While the board adopted a code of conduct to cover their own actions, the elected officials across the SBWMA refused to follow a code of conduct during the RFP process. Also, there was some controversy during that process about labor cost controls. The staff board wanted to have indexing for all tenures. After some heavy lobbying by the Labor Council and some of the unions representing the garbage workers, a compromise was struck to have the first several years of the contract through 2013 not indexed. And there's been some rumors that if there was a change in membership to elected officials, that issue might magically surface after such a change was made. So in the packet, you'll see we've provided you with two amendments. The first amendment is actually what I call the alternate amendment from staff. Like the proposal from the task force, it talks about elected officials on SBWMA. However, we've added three other provisions that at the staff level, in talking to the city manager and I, have thought that there is a way to make the changes and also to solve some of the complaints that we've heard about that proposal. One is to apply the code of conduct to the SBWMA board so that regardless of who's sitting on the SBWMA board, it does apply, period. Second, making the effective date January 1st. There has been some talk about making the effective date as soon as 8 agencies acted. I think there's been some concern that since we are in the middle of yet another rate process, that could have the potential of delaying next year's rate and causing retroactive rates, which we did one year. As some of you recall, it was not a popular thing. So it seems to staff that it would probably make more sense if you're going to make a change to do so a little more orderly. The third thing is to specifically put a technical advisory committee into the JPA so that from day one and during the transition you have that resource rather than, again, leaving that up in the air. So that's the difference really between the alternate amendment and the amendment from the task force. So in summary, the options that we believe the council consider, and obviously as always you have others you can craft as well, continue with the current format, which is the recommendation the city manager and I have for you tonight. Second, you could adopt the alternate amendment, which would not only make the transition to the elected officials, but also would add the three things that would address some of the criticisms of that proposal. The third would be to simply adopt the task force recommendation, and the fourth would be to come up with a council recommendation on your own. So those are the highlights, and with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mora. Questions for Mr. Mora? Mr. Olbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to admit, when I've been wrestling with this over the last few weeks since I knew it was coming, I'm very confused about the motivation behind why the change is being recommended by the task force. Now, I obviously didn't sit on the task force, and I read the minutes that recorded the discussion. I mean, the arguments that were surfaced for why it would be useful to have elected members there, primarily the one I think that seemed that most commonly was touched on was the notion of it's difficult to justify rate increases to our constituents when we don't know more. Okay, I look at that and I go, well, but the solution to that problem is to get more information in a timely fashion. Which can be done regardless of who is sitting on the oversight board. That's a matter of, did we ask you as our subject matter expert, for example, to come to us early enough to explain what's going on?
Right.
And I can't believe that perspective wouldn't have occurred to my colleagues in other communities. So I guess I'm asking if you have anything you would care to offer to provide a little more color on why you think this is here, why this proposal is in front of us.
Well, I've certainly heard some speculation as to why it's here. One of them, of course, is this discussion about, the collective bargaining agreements are about to come up, and the unions have never liked the cost controls, which the staff was insisting upon. And some, again, I guess one could call them almost conspiracy theorists. Some have said it's funny how just about as those negotiations are starting, when the index is about to kick in, suddenly it's time to change the board. That's one theory. I've also heard a theory that perhaps some of this is coming from the collection firm from Recology. And certainly I was intrigued when I heard one of the arguments coming out of the task force was they really need much less oversight. And as you may or may not know, in addition to the oversight that SBWMA provides, I meet with them monthly. They've suggested on a couple of occasions I really don't need to do that. And with all due respect to them, I think I do really need to do that. My experience with BFI, Allied, the Republic, the earlier firms, and this is true, I think, in a number of areas, when you have a contract is when you monitor it closely, tends to be the times when you get the best service. And conversely, when you let it go, some of the services start to get let go. So those are the two of, I guess, the leading theories. But I guess the other comment I would make, Vice Mayor Olbert, in response to your comment, I think you're exactly right about the information dissemination, regardless of whether there's an elected official or a staff member, whoever's sitting on the board, that person has a responsibility to the agency to report back. The way I've done it is through your newsletter and through bringing SBWMA whenever they suggest either to invite you to briefings, we always invite all 5 of the council members, or to have them come. And they're, as you know, frequently at these meetings. I've been told, for example, during these discussions that certain cities do not invite the SBWMA to their council meetings to answer questions. I'm not sure what that's all about, but it seems to me, again, they provide a number of channels of information. If there's more that either the council members or the city managers or others would like to see, I think we should ask them and we could have them provide those additional channels. But it also is the case that when there are events and when there are opportunities for information, it's a two-way street. City staff, council members, et cetera, need to attend those events, or I think, you begin to question whether you really have standing to complain you're not aware of the information.
There are a number of other things that I would like to see I'd like to talk about, but they probably fall under more the heading of discussion than anything else, so I will yield the baton. But I do want to make one other point. I actually think to a certain extent that I find a similar asymmetry of information in terms of understanding the basis of rates with SBSA also. Okay, and I want to be very clear. I do not mean that as a criticism of you. I want to talk about process changes later. But so I look at that and I go, well, SBSA has elected officials on its oversight board. SBWMA does not, and yet, to me, from my perspective, I'm similarly in the dark. And so I'm like, where's the big argument for why one approach or the other is better in terms of making me less in the dark? So we can talk more about that later. I want to leave time for questions.
Questions for Mr. Morrow? Other questions? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Moore. There may be something else that comes up. So we have some alternatives. People want to discuss it or make a motion and then discuss it or whatever.
Mr. Mayor, I think the only comment I'd like to make is it seems like we're fixing a problem that doesn't really exist.
That's one way of putting it.
That's why my head hurts. I'm trying to
I
figure
mean,
out what's
somebody
the
tell me
problem.
where I'm wrong, but I mean, if there were systemic problems, if there have been some fraud or abuse or something, but I read through the minutes too, and it just, I mean, this argument that, you know, it's easier to justify rates. Well, one way or another, you have to justify the rates. We have to decide at some point. It just, I don't know. Pardon me. I just think it's kind of silly to change. Fix something that's not broke.
I think there's a frustration level. And again, we've always been informed. We're out of the 12, we're probably number one in getting information. We're certainly in the top few, if we're not number one. Other cities, I talk to council people, and they look at me with this blank look. They have no idea what's going on.
But if you have the elected officials, now you're even more limited in how you can share information because of the Brown Act, because you have to share that information publicly. You can't go and get the information from
I
staff
understand.
or
I'm
have
just- I'm just
staff
saying-
come
I
to
was trying to
us if
explain
we were to. Yeah. Oh, I'm
frustration
agreeing.
level,
I'm agreeing with
correctly
you.
or
yes.
incorrectly, from other elected officials are going, how come our rates are going up? We don't understand this. This isn't what we were told. Of course, none of them went to the meetings 4 years ago anyway, except one person.
But they could have, right?
They could have, but they didn't. And so I'm just trying to explain why I think some, and I'm not saying all, but there are some, there's a trend there that folks are going, if we put our hands on it, if we can get our arms around it, we can control it better. We can do it better. I'm not sure that's true, but I'm just trying to explain, some other things, as Mr. Moore did, some other theories of why folks felt like this is the way to do it.
I think there's also there's a philosophical thing here, and there's also just the example of every other board in this county where we work together. The library JPA, elected officials. The roundtable, airport roundtable, is elected officials. All of CCAG's committees and subcommittees, elected officials. Emergency services, elected officials. ABAG, elected officials.
SBSA, yeah.
SBSA, elected officials. You see, there's a trend. Philosophically, it's because the public's money is being dealt with, and the people who should be making decisions about the public's money and the policies that affect the public's money are people who are elected by the people. If you have staff members, there's an insulation there.
If I can,
And so that's philosophically, that's part of the argument.
And theoretically, it sounds good.
But you know what?
There's a flip side to
One of the things, and again, I want to be careful that I do not mean to be critical of your role as our rep on SBSA in
Want
any
to
way,
type
shape,
that
or
up
form.
and print it? So
Yeah, I probably should. Maybe I'd just say OPSIT or IBIT or something. okay?
Opposite. I kind of haven't heard that in a long
Yeah.
time.
It dawned on me after we raised the sewer rates. The single largest capital project that the city has ever undertaken is our share of the SBSA project, okay? And yet, I don't know about the rest of you guys. I mean, I have a lot more insight into it now, having raised the rates and spent a lot of time studying it. But the process that we use for giving guidance to our representative, maybe saying, hey, Bob, do whatever you possibly can to hold the cost down, okay? Not that that didn't occur to you already anyway. But we don't really have a process in place to do that. That's the problem. It's the information isn't getting discussed in a timely enough fashion where the decision makers can in fact be accountable for the decisions coming out the other end. It doesn't, in a sense, matter whether that's staff people up there or elected people here. It's that it's not being done in front of the public in this chamber, and it affects the public in our town.
Well, part of what you're saying is it's not just this board, but let's use this board as the example since that's what's in front of us on the dais, is I don't recall ever, maybe once or twice, where SBMA Representative Brian Moore has come to us and said, we're going to be dealing with this issue, Council. Give me some direction so that when I go to the meeting, I know what to do. And I'm representing you as elected officials. So here's the agenda. Here are the items I have to decide. Give me some guidance. And, doesn't happen.
I would, Mr. Moore may point out the things that I haven't read perhaps, but I have the similar kind of sense. The only time we seem to talk about it is in the context of rate hearings, and that's actually the wrong time to talk about it because the costs have already been set by that point.
That's right.
So, and I will say in specifically about SBWMA and the Recology contract, part of what we're dealing with is the contract itself sets the terms of the costs up until 2017, because it's basically a set of costs that were incurred plus inflation escalators, which we have no control over. But it certainly would be appropriate at some point in the not too distant future to start talking about whether we want to see a different kind of contract after 2017.
I personally, I do think the discussions at the SBWMA board, when it comes to a lot of these issues of rates, contracts, and everything, would be different if it were elected officials than what it is with staff. Now, that's not a criticism of staff, but it's just from my experience on the library JPA, for instance. When we went over the budget and the staff gives us the reasons for things that are changing and so forth, when I was on there the last time we did that, there was a lot of pushback, especially at Carol Groom, who's also on the board, because she's a county supervisor, and the county supervisor is one of 5 that sets the deals with the union that pays all the staff that work in the libraries. And so there was a very animated discussion about things and about what was happening to us at cities, what kind of increases or decreases we were dealing with our staff and our union negotiations. There was a very good, lively discussion, and I'm convinced that a lot of that was because we were elected officials. If it were just all staff members from the different cities on the library JPA board, I don't think that discussion would have happened quite the same way.
I think it's a two-edged sword. As staff has indicated, their preference would be that it stays staff because they feel staff is more insulated from pressures from labor or Recology. And it could be said, just as you said, maybe they are more insulated, and maybe there's more pressure on us. Or you could say, yeah, but wait a minute, just as you mentioned, we're the final arbiters here. We should be able to discuss all these different things about it. So you can go either way on this. Like I said, personally, I understand where some of the folks are coming from. In a perfect world, to me, I'd like to see it run like SBSA to a point where you have the technical folks do a lot of the heavy lifting, and then they give us the reports, and then we can question and go from there. We're the final arbiters, and then it comes to the 8 cities or the 12 entities of the JPA. I don't want to get rid of the technical folks because if we didn't have technical folks at SBSA, I guarantee you I'm not an engineer, and there's no way we could be making some of those decisions down there. It's just impossible. We have to have people like Jay and other people, public works folks. That's way past my pay grade, as they say. But anyway, I'm still would entertain a motion if for one. Yes, sorry.
Mayor, I would just like to add a point of clarification because I hear this talked about by some elected officials quite frequently, and it kind of gets at the issue that Mayor, you and Councilmember Grocott were just discussing, and that is what does the board at SBWMA actually do? Because they don't control the franchise or the rates. And so those are not a part of what the board is deciding on. And that's really, in our opinion, the major difference between some of the other JPAs that Councilmember Grocott mentioned where elected officials are on. SBSA, for example, you make decisions. You make decisions about that JPA. Mm-hmm. This JPA board really has very limited decision-making authority. All the big decisions remain with the individual councils. And that's what makes it hard. That's why when some folks say, I don't understand what the problem is, that's what we struggle with as well. We're not sure what the role of an elected official on this board is going to be. And one of the things that I have found most concerning and this certainly isn't part of the proposal as it's been vet today, but it's been mentioned publicly by other elected officials, is perhaps they would like the SBWMA board to take back more authority from the individual councils as they exist in each city and consolidate it with the board, so that now you as a council representing San Carlos in the future may not have the ability to govern your own franchise and rates. It may be dictated by a regional board. And I think that's absolutely the last thing that we would want to see come to pass in terms of democratic representation for the citizens of San Carlos. And that's a big concern of mine.
I think it just depends, and I think your points are absolutely well taken, but I think it all depends on which direction you look at it. Just like I mentioned with Mr. Grocott, you can look at this from 180 degrees different, and it sure makes sense depending on which side you're standing on. But you're absolutely right about the points that you make. But I'm still looking for some sort of a motion or
I would
something.
make the motion then that we approve the item 2, that elected officials on the board retain the current power of the board and member agency governing bodies from 2005, but replace high-level agency staff members appointed by city managers with council members appointed by governing body.
And just a question, Mr. Grocott, would you, in other words, the alternative Second Amendment then?
Yeah.
With including code of conduct, effective date, and technical advisory committee? Okay. So there's a motion. Is there a second? Well, I'll second the motion. So there's a motion and a second. Discussion?
Well, the more I think about this, the more I wonder, this alternative Second Amendment is the one that adds the code of conduct, adds a technical advisory committee, but it still puts elected officials on the board, correct? Right. Okay. And so my worry as I got to thinking about this is that, and maybe somebody else mentioned it, but I think we leave ourselves open to politicizing some of these decisions. And again, it's hard for me to understand what the problem has been up till now. There is technical expertise, if as I understand it, right? We get information that we ask for. I don't know what I'm missing, but I do see the danger of putting elected officials on this particular thing, since the rates can be, quite volatile. An independent board, the way it is now, they don't have any, they don't. I think Mr. Maltby said they don't actually set the rates, right? They have the independence to just advise, and they don't worry about the political repercussions. I'm not sure it makes a whole lot of sense to do this.
Well, I think by keeping the technical advisory committee, I think the concept is you'd still have those independent type folks on a staff level. So again, just trying to make a point. Any other comments?
Yeah, I have a question following up with Councilmember Grocott's comments about all the other boards and JPAs that we're on. And because that's something that initially I was thinking, well, yeah, it makes sense to make it be consistent. But isn't this the only situation where we can change who is being contracted with, the company that's providing the services? Like we can't really change who we're getting our sewage processing from, right? And we can't really change who we're getting our library services from. Are there any of those?
It's actually somewhat similar to the library JPA, because there's decisions that are made on the library JPA.
But we can't choose to
regarding
tell
budget.
the county library, we don't like the way you offer those services, we're going to contract with this other company over here.
Yeah, well, like with the library JPA, all the employees are subject to only the Board of Supervisors, to the county. So, that's also
right.
Mashed potatoes,
but I think
if you will.
the contracting entity completely changing adds a whole nother variable that concerns me, which is the main thing that's pushing me towards leaning to having the continuity of having staff involved on the board,
and they would
rather
be,
than the rotation of elected officials.
They would be. That's why you have an advisory.
From the technical point of view?
As
Okay.
well. And,
Yeah.
I would point out, for instance, with the airport roundtable, all that group does is deal with policy straight up. That's it. Again, those employees are either airport employees or there's I think there's a couple of guys that work for the county as advisors. But, that's a mix as well. All of these boards, for the most part.
Yeah, let me add 2 points to your discussion. One is, I've heard the comment a couple times that all the JPAs have elected officials. It's not quite correct because SAMCAT, for example, which is the telecommunications JPA, also is a staff board, much like SBWMA. And the original argument was that both of those were technical, and hence the difference. The other observation I was going to make, and I don't remember whether it was Councilmember Clapper or somebody else mentioned this, but I think it's also worth highlighting, is that one of the challenges with SBWMA and controlling costs is this labor cost control thing. A key difference, I think, between, let's say, SBSA and SBWMA, at SBSA, the plant is operated by SBSA employees. And so, obviously, the executive director and the board members have some labor relations ability to control those costs, whereas SBWMA, both the folks who operate Shoreway, South Bay Recycling, and the folks who do the collection, Recology, are subject to private sector labor agreements that the SBWMA board, and for that matter, elected boards like yourself, have no jurisdiction over.
Real quick, Mr. Mayor, if we could.
Yeah, I know.
Time.
I was just waiting for Mr. Moore to finish. Need a motion to extend the meeting.
I move we extend the meeting to 11:45.
I'd say 11:30.
No, that's not what I moved.
Okay, well, I'll listen to another one. I didn't hear a second for that, so.
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Abstain. No. So anyway, all right, 11:45. Okay. The other thing is that we, let's remember too, no matter what we do tonight, and again, I'm not trying to influence vote one way or the other on this comment, no matter what we do, and again, there's no attorney here, but I think I understand it, if 8 out of 12 go for X, then it's going to happen.
That's correct.
So just to understand that we may not get what we want one way or the other. But anyway, there's a motion on the floor. Any more discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Just briefly, I want to reiterate that I think whether we leave the existing structure in place or change the structure doesn't solve the real problem. And that's, in fact, why I will end up voting against the motion that's on the floor. Because I think what we really need to have is a discussion of how do we want to interact with all of our JPAs, not just this one, although this is the one that's before us, so that we can best represent both the interests of the members of our community and do it in a way that they can see what's going on.
Okay. All right, so call the question here, and let's have a roll call on this vote, please. Or motion, rather.
Councilmember Clapper?
Why don't you pass? Go ahead.
Oh, is that possible?
Sure it is. Go
Otherwise,
ahead.
I wanted to double down and split my vote, but I don't
All
think
right,
that's
go ahead.
probably allowed.
Let's
right?
go. We just
Okay.
Councilmember Collins?
No.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Mayor Grisilli?
now it's Councilmember Clapper's. She waits before me. Go ahead.
Councilmember Clapper?
I vote yes. Okay, it's 2. It's 2-2. Go ahead. You're up.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll see what the other 11 people decide to do. And like I said, it might not be what we want, but there it is. All right, moving on. Item 10C, consideration of fiscal 2012-14 mid-cycle budget adjustments and adoption of resolution to adjust fiscal year 2013-14 general fund and non-general fund budgets.
Good evening, Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. Before you tonight, we have the mid-cycle review of our two-year budget. This is the second year of the two-year budget, so this is an opportunity for staff to review the assumptions that were made last year and recommend changes as appropriate. Tonight, we are requesting council approval for changes recommended for the general fund, wastewater, and capital funds. In addition to the requests that I'll be presenting tonight, there were additional operating expenses totaling approximately $103,000 that have already been incorporated into the budget to cover unanticipated increases in utilities, janitorial services, and other miscellaneous operating expenses. The remaining recommendations can be classified into two major categories. One-time funding, which would be taken from prior year savings or unassigned fund balance, and program changes that would be added to the operating expenditure budgets. The one-time funding requests include professional services funding for a long-term financial plan. This is a strategic plan objective to create a longer-term visioning document which would identify available resources to cover current service levels and capital project goals. Professional services funding for information technology project management. This would be funding to augment the existing staff to support the 25 separate technology-related projects that are before us in the coming year. And the final one-time request is for funding to pay out vested benefits related to the outsourcing of the fire department to Redwood City. While this contract is not yet final, based on the prior direction given earlier this year from Council, the recommended budget assumes that the outsourcing agreement is approved at the next Council meeting. Moving on to the program enhancements, these program change requests include additional funding for the following things. As part of the new strategic plan goal to attract and develop a quality team, the departments reviewed their existing training budgets against their training needs. Since these budgets have been cut in prior years, this request restores funding across the organization. Also, as part of the strategic plan goal to enhance economic development, staff is requesting the creation of a new economic development coordinator position to assist with the implementation of the economic development plan, administration of programs related to business retention, and other economic development activities. In Parks and Recreation, there's been an increase in the amount of activity at the Adult Community Center, specifically the lunch program. To streamline the preparation of the meals, staff is requesting additional funding for a catering company. This program is currently run by part-time staff and volunteers, and any costs associated with the catering company would be offset by approximately $10,000 in revenues. In addition to the success of the lunch program, the programming at the ACC has also increased. To help offset the increased demand, staff is requesting the reclassification of the senior administrative clerk to a recreation coordinator. As mentioned earlier, there are a number of IT-related projects underway. As part of cost-saving measures in fiscal year 2010 and 2012, we eliminated 2 full-time systems analysts and backfilled with part-time contract desktop support. In response to the increased demand for technology resources across the organization, it is recommended that we restore one of the eliminated positions to give the division more stability and additional resources to assist this critical function in our city. The final program change is the outsourcing of the fire department to Redwood City. This would have an additional cost in the first year of $130,000. The city received the following funding requests from 2 local nonprofit organizations. The first was Jobs for Youth. Funding has already been included in the adopted budget in the amount of $1,000. This organization requests $2,000 each year, and based on prior council direction, we have funded it at 50%. And the second request came from Healthy Cities Tutoring. During last year's budget discussions, direction was given to fund the program at 100% of the request in 2013 and 50% of the request in 2014. So in the adopted budget, there's $10,000 that's been included. In the wastewater or sewer fund, the revenues have been increased based on the most recent Prop 218 hearings in May, and the capital project funding for the sewer system rehabilitation program has been increased accordingly. Additional budget of $2.6 million is recommended for 5 previously approved capital projects and 3 new projects. The El Camino Lighting and Landscape Project originally did not include funding for design and project management. This increase in funding request is offset by grants from CCAG. Based on the designs for Burton Park Phase 2, additional funding of $200,000 is needed, which can be funded directly from the Park in Lieu fund balance. The East Side Connect local match was recalculated, and as a result, additional funding of approximately $109,000 is needed, which will be covered by the successor agency bond proceeds. $200,000 has been added to the first floor remodel due to a scope change. The original scope mainly required updating elements of the first floor, including but not limited to the carpet, ceiling, walls, and updating the sprinkler system. The scope change includes reconfiguring the S-counter and creating a much more user-friendly first floor. And the switchboard is a previously approved project in fiscal year 2018. But due to the age and the possible electric failures, it's recommended that this project be accelerated and be funded in 2014 and 2015. The three new projects include Wheeler Plaza, which is total $700,000, of which $600,000 will be paid for from the successor agency bond proceeds. Grand Boulevard Phase 1, totaling $950,000, of which $850,000 will be coming from a grant, and the remaining will also be coming from bond proceeds. And finally, funding for Recreation Facility Master Plan totaling $75,000. If all the recommendations are approved, the resulting expenditure budget can be summarized as shown here. Taking a quick look back at the current year projections, we expect to end this fiscal year with revenues higher by about $300,000 due to sales tax, franchise tax, and transient occupancy tax increases. Expenditures are projected to be under budget by approximately $500,000, and this is due to salary savings from holding positions vacant during the year. Fiscal year 2014 general fund revenues have been budgeted at 4.4% over the 2013 revised budget. This includes property tax increases of $300,000 based on information from our third-party consultants, and also reflects some of the recent increases in home sale prices. Sales tax revenue increases of $100,000 based on moderate economic recovery. Current fees and licenses and permits revenue increases of almost $300,000, reflecting increases based on the recent fee study and the adoption of the fee schedule by council, which included new fees for key development facilitation. And transient occupancy tax increases of $150,000 based on historical averages and continued growth in receipts. In prior years, this has been budgeted very conservatively, and by increasing this line item to reflect more of the historical averages, it will bring it more in line with the actual receipts we've received. So although revenues are shown to increase 4.4% over the 2013 budget, the increases are only 3% of our projected 2013 revenues. Fiscal year 2014 general fund expenditures include all the recommendations discussed earlier, totaling $785,000, almost $786,000, as well as the following assumptions. Salaries and benefits are funded at 100% based on the current MOU provisions in place. PERS retirement increases are included based on our recent actuarial reports. Medical rate increases of 10%. Under the current MOUs, the employees pick up the first 5%. And increases in the remaining obligations for the former Belmont San Carlos Fire Department related to pensions. In summary, the total recommended general fund budget for fiscal year 2014 is shown here. Even with the recommended additions, the general fund is projected to have a small surplus at the end of fiscal year 2014. This chart compares our revenues per category, and you can see that the property and sales tax continue to be our largest revenue sources, totaling 54.4% of revenues. This is a breakdown of the expenditures by department. It's important to note that public safety still remains our biggest expenditure, or close to 52% of the general fund budget. As I just mentioned, the property and sales tax is 54%, and while property and sales taxes are not specifically allocated to pay for public safety, we use this as a benchmark. This chart is a summary of the capital project spending in fiscal year 2014. You can see the majority of the projects will be from the general fund, Capital Fund 25. In summary, the recommended ending fund balances for fiscal year 2014 for the majority of funds are shown here. Under GASB 54 presentation for fund balances, these balances are split into several categories. The unassigned fund balances are immediately available for use. Assigned balances include those amounts that are set aside to be used for specific purposes. The city manager is authorized to assign balances, and included in the general fund is assignments for unfunded liabilities and facility improvements. Committed balances are those that have been committed by council via resolution. A resolution is required to amend or rescind these balances. In the general fund, these include reserves for economic uncertainty and the strategic property acquisition reserve. In the special revenue funds, this includes fund balance associated with the library tenant revenues. And in capital, this includes the building maintenance reserve and equipment replacement funding. Non-spendable or restricted balances are amounts restricted by external parties or contracts. These include reserves for advances to other funds, and in the special revenue funds, police grants that are subject to certain restrictions, and in capital, those funds restricted for certain purposes, such as housing and street repair. So looking ahead, there are still threats to our budget. CalPERS rates continue to grow, and in March of this year, the CalPERS board approved a change to the way that they have their smoothing policies and the way that they smooth out gains or losses. This is projected to increase our rates by 5.5% over the next 5 years, although once we get our actuarial report in October, we'll really see what that impact is. This December, CalPERS will be reviewing the discount rate assumptions and the mortality rate assumptions, which could increase our rates another 2 to 5%. Unfunded liabilities include pension and retiree health. For pension, we're part of a statewide pool, and we currently fund the annual required obligation that's built into the rates set by CalPERS. For retiree health, the council established 2 trust accounts to help pre-fund the retiree health obligations based on previous actuarial reports. Following the dissolution of the Belmont San Carlos JPA, the largest remaining obligations are those that relate to their pension and health and retiree health benefits. Unlike the city, there's no ongoing payroll to provide payments toward these obligations to the JPA, so they were moved into an inactive risk pool, which increased our costs by about $570,000 each year. We're continuing to work with the staff of the JPA to look at alternatives to bring those costs down. And other threats include the increases in energy and healthcare costs and the state budget. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Ms. Mendenhall? Mr. Olbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Mendenhall. Just a couple of quick questions. Actually, they may not all be for you, so I'll just bounce them to whoever you think is appropriate. When does staff anticipate bringing back the City Hall remodeling project for review by the council?
I'll turn that over to Jay.
Councilmember Olbert, the way it looks right now, we had a meeting just a little bit, a couple weeks ago. We were revisiting a little bit of the scope there, so we're looking to try to do that in early July to bring that back. Maybe a little later than that because we've still got to get our designs together, but that's the plan.
Okay. Thank you. The reason I was asking is that that's of a number of the projects that are in here, that's the one that's sort of highest profile for me in terms of the way it's likely to be viewed. Let's see. Mr. Maltby, I believe this question's for you. The new economic development position that we're talking about hiring, I think it's great that staff is recommending that. I fully support it, as I've said before, because I think we have to invest some money in order to increase the economic activity in the community and the revenues that are flowing into the city. But I would like to hear your thoughts on how we're going to know whether this investment is actually paying off.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you. First of all, the position as we would create it would be an at-will position, so that we would have the ability to make changes in the future should we need to on this position, because it is a new position, and as such it's experimental, and the purpose of the position really is to help augment your economic development program, which of course the purpose of your economic development program is to help augment not only the revenues and finances of the city, but the business community in general throughout town. It will be very difficult over a short period of time to make some sort of an economic analysis and relate it back to just one individual position. With economic development, you may not, you may have virtually no change the first year, the second year, the third year, and then result in a home run the fourth year that would be spread out to all the various staff members that are working on economic development if you're going to give them that benefit. From my perspective as a manager within the organization, it would be fairly easy for me to be able to evaluate whether or not I see an effect. And a lot of that will have to do with just timing on how quickly things are getting done. The council has supported quite a few initiatives over the last year, including small business showcase events, business outreach and retention, a lot of high-touch business programs in the community. And, we essentially just have one staff member sitting here in the audience, Mark Sawicki, in our economic development program. And, I have to constantly remind myself how often I'm in his office saying, hey, Mark, we need to do this, and we need to do that. And I'm always conscious of the fact that I know he's still working on the last list of things we gave him to do. And so I will expect with the addition of this position that things are going to be able to be ticked off the list much quicker than they are right now. And that will be the initial measurement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walter, this question may be for you. I did have some discussions offline earlier with Ms. Mendenhall and with Mr. Malpe about the overall trend on capital budget project costs. And they educated me about how, at this stage of the game, there are various reasons why the costs seem to be uniformly increasing. I just wanted to make the observation that now that we have you in place, we have the city engineer in place and whatnot, I personally would appreciate, as much as we can, even at the earlier stages of project estimates, to kind of tighten up the cost estimates, and because the consequence of not having that is we end up communicating to the community an expectation of what we're going to do, and then we find out later it's more expensive, and we're sort of stuck because we're like, well, we don't want to disappoint people who think the project's already been approved in their mind. So I hope that we can get to a point where things won't always be going up.
We hope that's the case as well, but ultimately the factor remains the economy, the general condition of the economy, and the contractors that bid the projects. So there's at least a little bit of it that will remain out of our control. But I believe that with the staff we have on board now and a new city engineer, a greater awareness of these projects and essentially what they need in the beginning to be scoped and the components that are necessary. So I think we're going to have, going forward, especially with next year's 2-year budget, we'll be introducing some new capital projects, and I think we're going to be in really good shape for that.
Glad to hear it. Thank you. Let's see. Next is just an observation. Ms. Mendenhall, when you had the list of threats up there, I suppose I wouldn't qualify it as a threat because it's something that we chose to do. But my understanding from our earlier communication is we should expect the cost of our fire service 5 years out to be about $1 million a year higher than what it is right now.
That's correct.
So that's something we're going to have to figure out how to address, whether through station closures or consolidation or whatnot, or additional sources of revenue.
And just to be clear, that analysis is based on an assumption of an action that the council has not yet actually taken.
Fair enough. You're right.
Just to be clear on the record.
I'm anticipating that we're going to get married to Redwood City. And the last question, Ms. Mendenhall, is the issue with the Belmont, the residual obligations from the Belmont San Carlos Fire JPA. Mm-hmm. I know from our earlier correspondence you said that there's some issues afoot. I'm just wondering, is there anything that staff would recommend we do on the political level in terms of perhaps reaching out to our colleagues in Belmont to talk about the situation, or because I had initially thought it was a PERS issue, and it sounds like it's not a PERS issue. It may be a more local issue.
Well, one of the options that the staff of the JPA was looking into is if we were to hire one employee to reactivate the plan. Based on some information from, that we've heard, maybe that's not the best route because it may only be short-term savings, and it might be better to look at maybe doing a pension obligation bond to pay off that debt sooner.
Oh, okay. Perhaps I
So
misunderstood.
that's kind of what they're looking at now.
Okay. So it isn't a political issue in Belmont necessarily. It sounds like it's a financial issue of what's the best choice. I misunderstood then. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Grocott.
The first question I have is page 2 of 40 of the staff report talks about converting the part-time IT desktop support contract to a full-time system analyst.
Mm-hmm.
So is that, I was confused if that, when I was reading through this, is that one time or is that ongoing?
That would be ongoing, and the total costs are net. So I believe the total compensation for that position is $132,000, and which would be offset by $75,000 of professional services savings.
So that's the total package for that?
$57,000 is the total increase to the annual operating budget.
But I mean, so what you're saying is, you just said something like 137,000?
132, I believe, which is salaries, healthcare, pension, the whole compensation package.
Okay. And then I had some questions about the capital projects, so maybe Jay wants to answer these. I was just curious about the kind of hits on what Mr. Olbert was saying, but I'm going to pose it as a question because I just simply don't know. The original budget for the El Camino lighting project, there was no contingency design and project management. Do we know why that was?
Well, I can only speculate as to why, but
Before your time.
Right, it was before my time. But when the original amount was determined, it seemed that was not including the amount that you would need to pay for professional services to design the project, and as well as having the contingency amount that you would need for a project as it goes out into construction, just in case you had changes. Sure. So these adjustments to the budget are so that we can account for those things, still have a project we can put out to bid, and have a budget that we can award a contract within. If we don't need that much money based on the bids, then we certainly wouldn't, that money that would be contingency would be held only as long as we need it, and what we didn't use would go back into the general fund.
So that being said, did the Burton Park Phase 2 and the City Hall first floor project, did they have contingencies? Because what I'm seeing there is $200,000 increases. I'm wondering what the contingency wallet had in it, and are we taking the money out of that wallet plus this $200,000, or?
Well, as far as I understand, neither of those projects had anticipated any contingency for the funding. So as we get closer now to the point where we're going to go out to bid, we need to be sure that we have some contingency money in case there's changes, and in order to have enough budget to be able to advertise the project.
I didn't understand your answer then. So Burton Park Phase 2 didn't have contingency either, and the City Hall project had no contingency?
When they were originally estimated, there was not a separate amount that was listed as contingency.
Really? Oh. So we're adding to the cost and still have no contingency?
We're adding to the cost, and these projects both now have contingency so that we can go out to bid for them. That's what this estimate revision is partially covering.
Interesting. Okay. So I think what Mr. Olbert was hitting on is in the future we'll always have contingencies. The things we've seen lately, I thought even when we approved the library project that we approved a contingency portion, but
that's correct. We added a contingency to that project as we got it ready to go out to bid because.
So that's what this is reflecting. It's an action we took earlier.
That's correct.
I gotcha. Okay. I thought I was curious about that because the Grand Boulevard project, I know we already had that. That was last meeting, right? So,
Yes.
So this document is kind of catch up with things we've done.
Yes.
To some regard. Okay. And then I had a question on page 19 of 40 of the general fund expenditures and so forth. So this is probably back to Ms. Mendenhall. So this may be a little difficult to follow, but what I was doing is I looked at these numbers. I was looking at the numbers at the top of the page under general fund expenditures. At first I looked at that, and salaries and benefits, wow, it went down by $3 million. That's great. I don't know how that happened. But then as I looked into it, I realized, well, it happened because the fire department came out of there. So then I started doing some math, and what I came up with is that that's actually, that number, the 9,400,000 and some change, is actually an increase of over $1 million in that category once you account for the fire being taken out of it. And that's a 13% increase, and I'm wondering what assumptions were made to come up with a 13% increase. Because if you take out, what I did is I took fire out of the previous year, and it came up with like about 8.4 million. And so if you go from 8.4 million to 9.4 million, then you do the math on it, it's about like I said, about a 13% increase.
So the salary and benefit line, it also includes the positions, the two positions.
Right. So
the
that
salary reclassification. It includes the cost of our PERS payment for police, which went up this year by about, I want to say, $500,000. Which is a difference from 2013 to 2014.
And I just, if I may emphasize that point, that'll be offset by the credit that we get from the county, which we talked about a few months back, and that's the lion's share of the increase.
It is what?
Is the police PERS cost to the city escalating this year? So that's reflected in that line item, even though we'll get a credit back from the county to offset it. So it's not as high as it looks.
And if I may butt in, it probably doesn't, the credit doesn't flow back through the same line item, right?
That's correct. It
So
shows up in professional services.
Right, you're going to show salary and benefits going up. And
Why is it done that way? It seems confusing to be done that way.
Because we have to pay PERS directly.
All right.
And since that's a benefit, it shows up in the benefits line item. Versus the professional services money, we get a credit back and we pay one check to the county, which shows up in professional services.
Huh.
The net impact to the general fund is the same.
Yeah, I understand that, but as council members who are trying to make judgments about monies and where they're going and so forth, it's difficult to follow. And, you know, I only have so much time in my day to go over this and make judgments on it and vote yes or no on it. So it's difficult to follow. And that's, I made some adjustments I went back and I looked at these different positions and so forth, the things that you just said, and I took those out and I still had an 11% increase. So that's why I just couldn't find enough things in this report to say, oh, that makes sense. It's why it went up 11%. And I just want to be sure then that last year when we did the budget, we made some assumptions that on what we would be negotiating with employees for the coming year on what kind of increases we would be seeing with our union negotiations and so forth. What it says here is that this is based on current MOU. We're not making any assumptions that we're giving any increases. Is that correct?
There's total compensation increases assumed in the 2014 numbers based on PERS and what's known now.
Okay, but what's known now, the current, give it to me straight. Are we, last year, we included like a 2 or 3% increase in salaries and benefits because we were assuming, well, we're going into negotiations, that they'll probably come out to that amount, so let's put it in the budget. And I made comment about that because we have a economic policy that also goes along with the budget, and the economic policy says we don't do that. We make this budget based on current MOU, what we're currently paying employees, and that's it.
If I may,
yeah.
What we do when we put together our budget assumptions is we just look at inflationary factors, and we apply those same factors in a sort of a broad brush approach to the compensation package. Now, in some instances, we have real-world data from PERS, and they say your rate is going to be X next year, so
Yeah,
we can
I
just
can understand
calculate
that.
and
Sure.
same with the medical benefits. In terms of the salaries, we just put in a plug on what we think is going to happen in terms of cost of living. It doesn't imply that that's the decision that the council's going to make. It's simply looking at what the escalating costs are. We do the same thing with all our expenditures, the contracts that are out there. It doesn't mean it's going to come to pass. It doesn't mean that when we negotiate a price with one of our vendors, we don't try to get the best price for the city because we've got an assumption in the budget. Some of the revenue assumptions work out, some of them don't. Some of the expenditures are more expensive than we anticipate. Some of them aren't. It's really not meant to prejudge the labor negotiation. It's just meant to try to anticipate a potential expenditure for budget purposes. We're doing the exact same thing with the fire contract with Redwood City. We don't have any direction from the council as to whether or not that contract's going to come to pass, but we're putting together a budget that reflects that possibility. The council could turn around and say, no, we don't want to do that, or no, we don't want to give salary increases, and that simply means that the budget, will be amended.
Okay, I can accept that, but there's not, when I dug into this number, I have no idea what that is. My own preference, and this, by the way, council, this came up in Palo Alto recently, and the Palo Alto mayor said, and their council discussed it, and I think their decision with the leadership of the mayor was, we don't want you to assume these increases. Let the money be what it is, let the surplus be what it is, and then if we want to use that for, make a decision, we're going to use that, like you're talking about the next year, we'll come out ahead $3 million, right? Well, fine. That's a discussion for us to have about, do we want to take that $3 million and plug a little bit more into capital improvements this year, or do we want to compensate our employees a little more than we are? I think that's a decision for the council. That's not an assumption for staff to make. So, and I have no idea what that assumption is because it's not delineated here, which is in some ways that's good because that means the unions can't look at this document and go, oh, they assumed a 2%, so we know we can ask for that at least. That's not in here, but to me, I don't like it being done that way at all. I think, let me know how much money I have, and if I want to look at contract negotiations with unions and give increases based on what I got in my pocketbook, I'll do that. But I don't really like the assumptions. I understand what you're saying about things like, to me it's different when we're contracting with a city for service and we have to make some assumptions that probably that contract's going to come out like this, or with the sheriff's department. I understand that, or vendors. Totally clear. But when you're dealing with a union situation, it's a bit more needly to me.
Yeah, and that's certainly something the council can elect to change.
I think we made the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Grocott?
I am curious. I'm always curious what tracking what we are actually spending on fire, and it looks like the assumption on the contract is be 3.8, almost 4 million, and then we'll have these legacy costs as well.
The contract, I believe the latest version that we have is 5.5 million. The reason why you're only seeing the 3.7 is because there's a million. Yeah, there's $1 million that we already pay under the existing arrangement for the management services.
I see. So you have to add that what we're already paying
Yes.
to this 3.88, and that gets us to
I believe the latest number is 5.5. maybe 5.6.
5.5, and then you add the legacy cost, and we're at, do we know what we are when we add that legacy cost?
That's another
It's in here someplace.
million.
Another,
Million. Yeah, I believe it's $1 million.
okay, so we're at 6. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Questions on this side?
No, I was able to speak with staff earlier, and I got my
Collins, any
questions
questions?
answered.
No, not at the moment.
Okay, one couple quick questions. This 548 for the JPA, we anticipate this going on until we understand a way to either do a pension obligation bond, or this number's about probably going to be the same, or do we have any idea for the JPA?
The number will be the same, if not higher. going
Okay, so we
forward.
don't, for how long? Any idea? 20 years, 50 years, 100 years?
It depends on how long we have the, we can work with CalPERS on, or doing a pension obligation bond, but I would say at least 10 years.
At least, if we didn't do a pension, at least 10 years of this number, okay. And did I miss it, but why are we breaking out this nonprofit stuff? I didn't see that in the report. Was it there?
It was
I
not
didn't see it.
included in the
Excuse me?
report. It was not included in the report.
Okay, and why are we breaking it out?
It was at a request to
And whose
include it.
request?
The request was made from the nonprofit who had made a funding request.
Okay,
that, you
that's
know,
fine. Just want to understand.
Right.
Are these the only nonprofit requests that we have?
Those were the two we received.
So we have no other nonprofit that requested any money this year?
Well, I'm not sure that these are the only two that we received beyond what we have budgeted already.
That's my point.
So
Okay,
this is
these
in
are just
excess to
special.
what's
These are
what's
special.
been budgeted.
Okay, I just
Right.
want to make sure everybody understands
Right,
there's
so the
more
reason-
nonprofits in this budget than just these two.
That's correct.
Yes.
There's
Okay,
many
all right.
more nonprofits in
Okay,
the budget.
great.
It's just these two are over
I understand.
what's budgeted.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I have a couple speaker cards. Cameron Johnson, I don't believe Cameron is still here. And I'm going to blow this last name, I'm sure. Lauren Pachowski. Thank you, Mr. Olbert.
You're welcome, Mr. Grisilli.
Hello, council members. My name is Lauren Pachkowski, and I am here speaking on behalf of Healthy Cities tonight, as I've done in the past. This time I'm here as president of the board of directors. Many of you know the history, so I won't go into a lengthy discussion of that, of the program, but some of you may not be aware that the program actually was originated with the city of San Carlos as an opportunity for community building. At that time, about 16 years ago, the city decided it wanted to create an opportunity for residents to work together to help a common but local goal. They chose our schools as the organization that would be the beneficiary of this community program, and Healthy Cities was actually born. Since then, Healthy Cities has had about 1,000 community members join us as volunteers in our mission to support children and families. Those 1,000 volunteers run the gamut, 14 years old up to 90, and they come from all walks of our community. It's often assumed that the program is about educating children, but its original, as well as part of its current intent, was actually to strengthen our community by giving people the opportunity to give back in a local and meaningful way. When I began working with the program 10 years ago, I started as a volunteer tutor. I started because I wanted to help kids. 8 years later, when Donna approached me and asked me to join the board of directors, my motivation actually was very different. If I wanted to help more kids, I could just tutor a few more students or maybe commit more time to my local PTA. But what I truly felt was different about this program was that it brought so many different groups together in one setting and allowed them to help each other. It's the mission of our program that goes beyond supporting students. It builds strong relationships. And frankly, that's something that's getting trickier to do in this age of technology when we all have a screen dividing our conversations and sometimes challenging our relationships. There are not too many opportunities where you can have adults or seniors or young adults or teens working to cross boundaries and support each other. This program does that. In addition to the wide variety of tutors who volunteer for Healthy Cities, or with us, we have local support from the Youth Advisory Council, numerous civic groups, Friends of the Library, the Elms, I could go on. I believe these groups are supporting this program because they strengthen our community and the community we all live in. And it has the added benefit of helping kids. At the council meeting a few weeks back, we were able to pack this room with people who supported this program and what it does. Mayor Grisilli's comments actually said that Healthy Cities is one of the things that makes San Carlos the city of good living, and I couldn't agree with you more. We would like you to reconsider. We're very appreciative of the $10,000 contribution that's currently being considered. When that amount was discussed last time, you offered us the opportunity to come back and request the $20,000, which was contributed last year, and we'd like you to consider that. The $10,000 reduction to us is critical, and it's huge. We're a small organization. We truly need to show a strong and equal partnership of support for Healthy Cities from the city as well as our school district. It's vital on our ability to raise additional funds through grant writing and other avenues that we should have support of our local community, and that is city as well as school. Having a strong foundation and a strong partnership from both organizations speaks volumes to our community, and I believe it encourages people to support our mission. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a few things in front of us here. And we need a time extension. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move we extend the meeting to midnight.
Is there a second?
Second.
You moved and seconded to extend it to midnight. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So we have the budget changes and we have the nonprofit changes. Can we do that in one motion, Mr. Rubens, or are they separate? Or
It's one motion approving a resolution.
okay, fine. Thank you.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, sure. We can have discussion, motions. We can play bridge. Whatever you doing over there.
No, we can't because I don't know how.
Oh, okay. So I'm open.
I guess this question is probably of Mr. Malpe. What kinds of other adjustments would we need to make to increase the Healthy Cities budget back to 20,000?
Well, this evening, the easiest adjustment that the council could consider is simply lowering the unappropriated fund balance by $10,000 and committing that to the program. You could look at the increases that are in front of you within the budget and look at reducing them. You could look at a categorical reduction. I think this budget anticipates a small surplus, so ultimately, really, you're just eating into the small surplus that's before you this evening. Certainly a consideration. I think, to sort of parrot back the council's discussion last year in terms of, there was a desire to make sure that nonprofits within our community, that especially, when we're providing seed money and starting them, have a plan to be weaned off of our funding, that it's not the intention of the city to fund these programs forever. It's our intention to help start these programs, build them, and launch them out in the community so that we can take that funding and apply it towards other worthy endeavors in the community as well. So those would be your options this evening.
Okay.
Mr. Malpe, do we know how much the school district contributed to Healthy Cities?
20,000 plus, if I may, Mr. Mayor, because I talked to Dr. Baker about this. I believe it's $20,000 plus various administrative support services like copying and whatnot.
Thank you. Other questions, comments,
I think
motions?
I think in the least, what we could offer is what we did in the past recently was give them straight up a certain amount, maybe in this case the $10,000, and then say to them, for every dollar you raise, we'll match it up to another $10,000. And I've talked to Donna about that before. Seems to work. It's actually a pretty good motivator, I think, for them when they go to people and ask for money, and they can say, if you give $1, you're actually kind of giving $2 because we've got this commitment from the city. So it works as a win-win for them when they go asking for in fundraising.
Given the size of the dollar figure that we're talking about, I think, Councilmember Grocott, your suggestion certainly makes sense. I guess the one comment I would like to make is it might be a good topic for the 2+2 group to discuss. I can tell you my sense is that the school district doesn't see the idea of the city having provided seed money and eventually fading off the page. They view it more as, hey, why don't we be equal partners in this? Or, they're slightly ahead of us in terms of the amount of money that they're committing.
This year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they were in past years, though.
They absolutely were not in past years.
Just want to make sure everybody understands that.
And that's for the council to decide. If we want to continue to be a player with this over the long haul, that's certainly within our authority to do that. But if we had that discussion last year about we are looking to redeploy seed money, that's something that ought to be discussed with the district, because I don't think that's the district's view of the city's participation. So there's a gap.
View that as an ongoing
Yes.
commitment.
That's my read of what I hear talking to them. So I don't want to put words in somebody's mouth, but that's my read of what I hear them saying.
And just, by the way, a discussion that's happened at the Library JPA board is just because the nexus kind of makes more sense of tying something like this program to the library, is to try and shift this over to the library's budget and not the city's directly. It would still be the city's indirectly because we help fund the Library JPA. But and so I just mentioned that now for public disclosure and because Karen is our rep over there. So
Yeah, and there are other funds that are currently being contributed by the Friends of the Library to Healthy Cities in lieu of other library programs that they could be funding. So they're kind of offsetting decreased amount from the city.
yeah, that's Friends, but not
Right,
the
and then
Library
in conjunction
JPA.
with, because otherwise the Friends could support library programs that they're having to go to the county library to get money to
Yeah.
support. So there's a lot of offsetting going on here.
And one of the reasons, last comment on this, that it also came up and was discussed is because there are some other cities that have similar programs, but they're different. And if the library was having some kind of effort there, it would possibly create a sort of a sameness to all the programs, where they might even get into some of the management of it and so forth.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose that the council adopt resolution number 2013-
57?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
57.
57, resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing adjustments to the fiscal year 2013-14 general fund budget and other fund budgets, including an amendment to grant an additional $10,000 of funding to the Healthy Cities tutoring program on a dollar-for-dollar match basis, up to $10,000. That make sense?
That will do it.
Okay.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion?
I just, again, Mr. Mayor, maybe it's time for another discussion, but, to me, it's pretty clear in our policy statement on how we develop the budget, the economic, what is this called? Economic policies. It's pretty clear, and I don't think we're following it, and I think we need to have a discussion at some time from the dais. Either let's be honest and change these policies, or let's follow them, one or the other.
I would endorse that we bring that back for discussion. I'd also like to see us have a discussion about some changes that we might make to the management report that we get on the budget that I think would address some of the concerns that keep coming up.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes?
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
Yes. Okay, moving on. It's CI, and I is a very technical little thing, and you got about a 20-second in discussion of that, please. If it goes more than 20 seconds, we'll fall over down.
So before you tonight is a resolution to approve the GAN limit. This is an annual resolution that we need to pass. You'll see by the calculations that we are well under the GAN limit spending appropriation levels.
Okay, is there any questions to this item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the council adopt resolution number 2013-58.
58.
Should have guessed that. Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos electing the population and price adjustment factors and establishing the 2013-2014 appropriations limit of the City of San Carlos pursuant to California Constitution Article 13B and Section 7900. I have no idea how to pronounce that Latin. Et
Sequitur.
Of the California Government Code.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Vasili?
Yes. Okay, moving on. Item 10D, consideration of amendment to employment agreement with Jeff D. Malpe, City Manager. Mr. Rubens.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, before you is a proposed contract amendment to change and amend the city manager's contract. We met in closed session with me as labor negotiator, which resulted in this proposed amendment to the contract. As you can see from the staff report and the resolution, the contract changes include a change in the severance in the event of a termination without cause from 6 months under the current contract to 12 months, an increase in the city manager's monthly compensation from $16,745 to $18,878 per month, an increase in the city manager's automobile allowance from $250 a month to $500 a month, and a 3-day increase in the vacation allowance. As part of our discussions, there was a survey that was done to show the salary request is commensurate with other cities in San Mateo County. It's actually the mean of other comparably sized cities in the county, including, as I recall, Redwood City, Burlingame, and Belmont among the cities. So you're being asked tonight to approve the resolution that would amend the contract, and I'm available with any other questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rubens. Questions for Mr. Rubens? Mr. Grocott?
No questions. No.
Okay. Any other questions? Questions?
No.
Okay, we have 2 speaker cards. First one is Mary Montalbano, followed by Michael Stogner.
Hello, my name is Mary Montalbano. Been a resident here in San Carlos for 43 years, and I appreciate the time to talk with you. I hope I stay awake throughout my speech, but I have a couple questions. And instead of directing it to all of you, I'd like to address it to maybe just one. If you all feel comfortable answering me, feel free. I'd like to direct
Before
my
you
questions.
start, are we, excuse me, Mary, excuse
Sure.
me. If questions are directed to us, Mr. Rubens, are we allowed to respond?
You can respond to questions, or you can have staff respond to
Okay,
questions.
fine, thank you. I just want to make
Very
sure we
direct.
get it done properly.
You right off your head, you know 'em. Is the salary of the city manager negotiated by the city council and granted by the city council?
Mr. Rubens?
As I mentioned, I was appointed as the labor negotiator by the city council. So I acted as the intermediary between the council and the city manager to work out this proposal that's being considered tonight.
So the city council and yourself negotiated for our city manager and came up with
No, I acted as the labor negotiator for the city council. So the answer is the city council has directed me and then directed me to bring this forward for tonight's meeting.
Okay. Then is the salary based on his qualifications and that of the demographic and population of San Carlos?
I can answer that. The salary is commensurate with what we feel, quite honestly, any salary, no matter whether it's for the city manager or the city attorney, and those are the only 2 people, by the way, that we can pay. The city manager takes all the other salaries. They work on all those. I think the council felt that it was commensurate with the job that the city manager was doing.
The city manager was what?
Was doing, relative to the demographics, relative to the what other people were getting, doing his job in the county, and the kind of a job that he was doing.
Similarly, demographics and population.
It was similar to some of the other cities, yes.
Okay. All right. Is the city manager still in charge of the workings of our police and fire department?
Go ahead. You can answer that, Jeff.
Yes, I am.
You are.
Yes, the chief in both departments reports to me.
They both report to
Police
you?
chief and fire chief, yes.
Okay. And you're still handling it in the same capacity that you were handling prior to the merger?
I still provide all the day-to-day direction and oversight to both of those services in San Carlos.
So you think then your duties and responsibilities of the job description has not decreased then?
As a result of the contract?
As a result of their merger?
No, mine have not changed at all as a result of the merger. In fact, you could argue that they're a little bit more complex because I have a contract to manage with outside agencies and relationships to maintain with those agencies.
All right. Now, my big question here is that I just learned of this anticipated increase today with one of our local throwaway papers. Why were we not, as the public, made aware of this anticipated increase that's going to be happening very quickly, I understand, without a little more representation from the city of San Carlos to the public? It was not in the San Mateo paper that was distributed to the residents. I happened to get it from the local neighborhood, and I wasn't able to share this with my friends and neighbors because of time.
The agenda was printed and available when?
Wednesday afternoon, and it was posted on the website the same day.
Same day.
With the staff report and the proposal.
Thursday morning.
I'm sorry, Thursday morning.
9 a.m.
A week ago?
No.
Last Thursday at 9 a.m.
Last Thursday.
And that doesn't, every agenda is posted on approximately 9 o'clock Thursday morning. So there's no difference if it's a wage thing, if it's a budget, if it's a land use item. They're basically minimum 72 hours ahead of time. It has to be posted. And we do it even longer than that.
Posted 72 hours.
At least. And we do it longer than that.
I'll have to look back on that because I didn't notice that, and I do get the notice from the city of San Carlos.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're going to need to extend the
Mr.
meeting.
Mayor, I move that we extend the meeting until 12:10.
Is there a second?
Please.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
I would like to make a recommendation that we postpone this increase for at least 2 weeks so that it would give, I feel, the public a little more opportunity than to have the decision to be made by the council without a little more time for us as neighbors and the public to review what you base this 13% increase, 6 months increase in severance pay, and additional car allowance. I mean, I can ask the question, I'm sure, is the increase for the car allowance that you're not supplying the car now, and so therefore this is an increase so that he can purchase his own car and be the supplement versus the city paying for the car and paying insurance and expenses? What is the ratio there?
Mr. Malpe?
Your description is correct. I provide my own vehicle.
So
there's no other additional
Right.
costs.
So in
for
other
the city.
words, the savings would possibly be that we don't have to have the car, the liability, and the insurance. And that's the negotiating factor on it. $50 for gas versus $500 for him to purchase the car of his choice. All right, I really do. I recommend that we let the people see a little bit more, because nobody that I know of has seen or heard of this since this morning. So I don't know if it's on the website, and I can certainly see why nobody would be down here in support for me because of the late time here. And, so I recommend that you postpone at least a couple of weeks before you make your decision and put a little bit more publicity out on this.
We'll consider that.
Please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stogner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Michael Stogner, and my family first moved to San Carlos in 1954, and I am joining Mary tonight with just the simple request of just please remove this item from the agenda tonight just for one delay, just so that the public can have a little more time to understand what the parts were involved in this process. It's hard for people in the public to comprehend a 13% increase when they don't know any of the details. For many people, it looks like we have sent away our police department, we have sent away our fire department, and in reality, that might not be the case. And also, I want to make sure Jeff knows I'm just talking about the position, not the personal person. One of the things that I do want to mention, I'm opposed to any type of closed-door session negotiation for public employees' salaries. I understand if there's times that we have to maybe get involved in the businesses of the community, you should be private about it. But I think this type of conversation should be to the public. And the other thing regarding the salary package, I believe that the model that is used in most public arenas is flawed if it doesn't have a competitive element. And the competitive element that I'm talking about, so Mr. Rubens was talking about one competitive element of, hey, we looked around to see what we're paying other people that do similar work. Well, we're missing the competitive element of people who are qualified to do this job, who might not already be doing the job, and what would they be willing to do the job for? And this is the element that is, we don't know if it's been involved because it's a behind the closed door session. So I'm going to presume it was not involved. And that's the part that's why I wish we just could take it off for a couple weeks, let the public know, and maybe you'll have the exact same results as you do tonight, but at least you would have it with most of the people in San Carlos at least understanding what the process is. So thank you very much for your time, and I wish I could have got to this part a little bit earlier in the meeting.
So do we. Thank you, Mr. Stogner. Mr. Rubens, would you just, I know this is late, but just take 30 seconds to explain about labor negotiations and why it's done in closed session? Or it's a state law, I believe, isn't it?
Right. Well, the state law, the Brown Act specifically authorizes closed sessions to meet with a labor negotiator. Mm-hmm. And the council, in this case, met with me alone in the council chambers, and then I acted as an intermediary, as I mentioned before,
right,
with the city manager. Obviously, no decision was made in the closed session. This is why this item is on your agenda tonight, mm-hmm, to provide the public with an opportunity to comment, which they have. And so that's the process, that how state law authorizes it and how we have done it in San Carlos for several years.
Thank you, Mr. Rubens. All right, so it's we have a choice to make. So what is the pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. In deference to the public speakers, if we did postpone it for 2 weeks, it doesn't seem to me there would be any skin off anybody's nose, because it's retroactive to March as it is.
That's true.
So I would be in favor of, in reference to the public speakers and to the public.
If you'd like to make a motion to that effect, you're certainly welcome to do so.
So, okay, I make a motion that we hold off the vote on this item and till 2 weeks hence.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move adoption of resolution number 2013-59. Resolution approving amendment to the employment agreement with Jeff D. Maltby, city manager.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to vote no on this item, and the reason is because when I look down at all these items, we're giving a 100% increase to the termination clause of 6 months to 12. And in my mind, if somebody is worth this kind of money, which is the argument for paying this much and giving the increase this much, then I would think if they went out to the job market, if they, got let go without cause, that they could find a job within a 6-month period. I hear the arguments about, well, it's the standard and so forth. Well, at one time, it wasn't the standard at all. There was no severance package whatsoever for city managers at one time. This is something that's come about in more recent years. So giving a 100% increase to that clause, I don't agree with. I don't agree with giving a 13% increase to someone's salary when we haven't been doing anything like that with any of our other employees, and I really concern myself with what kind of message that sends to the other labor groups we're going to have to negotiate with coming up in the next year. And the increase to the car allowance, quite frankly, I'm not sure we should be giving a car allowance. That's a policy decision. I would be just as much in favor of having the city manager do what all of us have to do. If we use our vehicles, we turn in an expense report and say we went from here to there, and it was this many miles, and I'd like to get reimbursed for my mileage.
Okay.
That's
Thank
my
you for your
feeling on
comments.
that.
Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Obviously, having made the motion, I support it. Comments, I guess a couple comments that I'll make is...
Through the mayor, if I may interrupt again, you might want to just go ahead and extend one more time.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we extend the meeting till 12:15.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The severance package terms, just to deal with that first, I suspect is actually probably something that's a spillover from the private sector. And opinions can differ. In my experience, for positions at this level, this isn't, from a financial point of view, at all bizarre. The more substantive issue that I want to address, because I'm not sure it's actually covered in the staff report per se, but my understanding is, I wasn't here at the time, but I've talked to various people who were. My understanding is that when Mr. Maltby was hired into this position, he was offered a significantly below market salary, both in terms of compensation and in terms of provisions, in part because he had never been a city manager before and hence had to prove himself. That arguably, you can make an argument that that's not really fair. If you think the person's capable of doing the job, you pay them for the job they're going to be doing, not necessarily for the fact that they don't have the experience. But nonetheless, that happens all over the place. It happened to me personally several times in my career, so it's just part of the accepted process. But another part of the accepted process is that if the person proves themselves, sorry, it's late, you have to keep faith with them. And if you don't, you're actually sending a message. You're saying you can't trust us. I totally separately, I think Mr. Maltby is worth paying the median salary for comparable cities. But aside from that, I think this is an issue of integrity, of maintaining the integrity of the negotiating process and the hiring process. So that's why I'm going to vote yes for it.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing none. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clapper?
Yes.
Councilmember Collins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grocott?
No.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Mayor Grisilli?
And that being the last item on our agenda, meeting adjourned.